Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Blue Ribbon Fisheries Advisory Council. Today is Thursday, June 18th. It's 10 a.m. I'm Bert Lay, Chair of the Blue Ribbon Fisheries Advisory Council. And we generally go through and do introductions, but it's easier probably for me to read off the list of attendees currently on this call. If I can get my computer to launch the list. There we go. So we're joined by Randy Opplinger, who is Sportfish Coordinator for the division and the liaison. We're also joined by Rex Infanger, who is remind me again, Rex, your position is?
Outreach Committee.
Yeah, and also your original assignment.
Warm water representative.
That's it. Thank you very much. Okay. We're also joined by Cal Black. Cal is a fisheries biologist from the southeastern region. Clint Brunson, fisheries biologist. Pardon me if I'm getting your titles not quite right, but from the northern region. We're joined by Dave Buhnen, who's our southern region rep. George Weekly, who is, I believe, George, what's your position? I know you're vice chair. He's not, and I'm not sure if he's cold water or if he's at large. But at any rate, moving on, Jackie Watson, biologist from the central region. Nick Braithwaite, a biologist from the southern region. And Russ Lawrence. Russ is a candidate for our northern region rep. And TJ Tsoukalos, who is another at-large representative. As I mentioned before the call started, I received regrets from of the other at-large rep, Larry Finch, and also from Brian Anderson, candidate for the open cold water position. So I'm hoping we will be joined by a few other folks. I know that Ken Strong intends to join us in a little bit. He had some health checkups this morning. So that's it. We do not have minutes to review this month. And so, Randy, unless there's anything else, I suppose we can move into regional reports. And the first up would be Cal from the Southeast region.
All right, I don't have too much going on this month to report on. Last week, we stocked 5,000 8 to 10 inch wiper into Schofield. We were able to stock them on the north end, the south end, and on the west side into along the shorelines to go after those chubs that are in shallow right now. Joe's Valley, we've been finishing up our project up there, our angler access and parking lot projects. Last month, I spoke on about the restroom that we had ordered for the new parking lot. A week after our meeting, we were able to install that restroom. That parking lot is now fully functional. It's about 5 to 6 times the original size. The Forest Service, while we were there, we helped out grub down 3 trails from the parking lot to the shoreline and put road base down, so there's a good pathway for hand launch for kayaks and float tubes and stuff like that off that parking area right there. We have new regulation signs and kiosks going up in the boat ramp parking lot and around the reservoir. So this here within the next month, we'll have some new signage and regulation signs up to finish up the project up there for this fiscal year. Huntington Creek, we have been working with the Forest Service, and we've should have the NEPA, the categorical exclusion scoping letter going out this week for our project. So it should have a 30-day review. The Forest really hopped on that for us this year and got it done pretty quick and got this process going. So we are excited, and we should be getting the permitting started next week for us. So hopeful by September, October, we'll be fully into that project this year. And that's all really I have this for an update.
All right, thank you, Cal. I see we've been joined by a couple other folks, and I don't know who Faith Jolly is. So maybe Faith, you can introduce yourself. I see you on the list.
Yeah, sorry. I'm the public information officer for the Utah Division of Wildlife. I'm filling in for our outreach section chief, Mark Martinez, today.
Wonderful. Okay, thank you for joining us.
And I'll just chime in real fast. Faith is joining us. We're going to have a few other people from outreach join us a little bit later for outreach discussion. I think Faith just opted to hop on a little early and hear about what we got going on in Blue Ribbon.
And it looks like we've been joined by Mike Fisher as well. Mike is candidate for our commercial representative. Mike, welcome. Did you want to say anything, introduce yourself to the group? You're presently muted. Let me see if I can unmute you. Oh, there we go.
I'm Mike Fisher. Many of you have met me before. I've been involved in a few projects and just happy to have a chance to join you today.
Great. Thank you for joining us. And I know we also have Michael Christensen on, who's running our audio visual and the feed and recording for today. Who else am I missing? Anybody? Speak now. All right. I think that covers it for the moment. So
Bert?
Moving on in regional reports, we move to the
Bert?
southern region. Yeah, Rick,
Bert?
sorry.
Sorry. Cal, you were going to do some checking to see if Blanding Reservoir number 4 would allow boats. I had it in my notes, allow boats that had motors to be on there as long as they weren't going to run the gas motors. I know you can use your electric. I just wondered if you had the opportunity. It was one of the notes that I had.
I've left a message down there for the city manager, but they haven't got back with me yet. So no, I don't have an answer quite yet.
But well, thank you for reaching out. But that looks like that's one that put on the list to go down and fish in the spring. Is that correct?
Yeah, definitely. Or this fall, the tigers come in shallow around the dam, late fall before ice up, and you can get into some good tiger trout then too.
Okay. Thank you, Cal.
Yep.
That's on my list, just so you know. I just wanted to know when to go fish it.
Yeah.
And I'm forcing myself to do the Airpine Trail next week, just so you know.
Good. I know there were some snow drifts last weekend, still restricting sections of it. But check with the forest. You might be able to get around by now.
I checked with Kevin Christensen, and he said, unless you just hit something really wild, you should be able to get every place that you and I have talked about getting to there on the south end.
Good.
Thank you.
Yep.
And Cal, maybe in August or September, you can send us a little more information, some data. I know we've talked about Blanding number 4, but it'd be nice to have maybe a screenshot of a Google map with a little more information about the access points there. And then while you're at it, maybe add recapture as another place to visit, since we talked about possibly considering both of those as kind of a combined focal point in that part of the state.
Yeah, I can do that. And in fact, I'll be down there next week. We're stocking black crappie into recapture next week. And so I'm going to be doing some mapping out on the reservoir on recapture while I'm there. So I can take some photo points for everybody.
All right, that's great. Any further questions for Cal before we move on to the southern region?
One thing I should mention on your email this morning, Bert, looking at the potential waters or waters to be visited next year. If you could add rainbow trout to Schofield Reservoir on the species list.
Forgive me for forgetting.
No, that's fine. It used to have kokanee put there, but no, if we can add rainbow trout, and other than that, we're good to go.
All right, very good. All right, moving on. I think we have Nick up next, or Dave. I'm not sure if both of you are going to talk or one of you is going to take the lead. Looks like Nick. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I can take the lead. So I sent you a pretty short PowerPoint, Randy. Could you pull that up?
Yeah, I'm pulling that up right now for you, Nick.
All right, thank you. So I think the last meeting we had, we were actually netting Fish Lake that day. And so I didn't make it up there and see the nets, but I talked to Stan Beckstrom a little bit. He was the one who was in charge of the netting, and he said everything looked really good except for rainbow trout numbers were down, which is been kind of an ongoing problem at Fish Lake. So this is just a picture of some of what we saw. So this is our annual spring netting. We do this every spring in May, set the nets in the same places, and it's geared at monitoring our trout, not lake trout, but all the other trout in the lake. And then we'll also do some forage fish netting in July. So that's targeting more of the perch and Utah chub and the forage fish. And then we'll also do some kokanee sampling in August. But so this was just our annual trend gill netting. And like I said, things looked pretty good. The rainbow trout, we're going to try something a little different there. I believe it's next year we're switching how we're stocking it with the rainbows. So we have been stocking 75,000 8-inch fish in the spring and 75,000 in the fall. And we suspect a lot of them are being eaten by lake trout. And then a lot of them are harvested out pretty quick by anglers. Those spring stocked are harvested out in the summer pretty quick. And so what we're going to try and do is switch from that 150,000 quota of 8-inch fish to, I believe it's more like 45,000 of larger 12-inch fish, and just do a spring stocking. So the hope is that those bigger fish will lose a few less to predation. And then since so many of them get caught out immediately after stocking and throughout the summer, maybe those 12-inch fish will be better for fishermen too, targeting them. So it'll be interesting to see how that plays out over the next few years. But in general, Fish Lake looked pretty good. If you go to the next slide, Randy. So the other thing, what we've been spending most of our time the last few weeks on is our cutthroat trout spawning. And I realize I don't know if I've ever really updated the council on what we do there, but our Colorado River cutthroat trout brood stock is, we keep it in a lake on the Boulder Mountain. So it is actually a blue ribbon fishery, or in a blue ribbon fishery destination. So basically the lake has the native Colorado River cutthroat in it, and we go up and we set out. On the bottom right, you can see the fyke nets or hoop nets we set out. So those catch the fish, but don't kill them like a gill net. So we spend a few weeks catching as many as we can, keeping them in live cages, and then we take the eggs and the milk from them, and they take the fertilized eggs back to hatcheries and raise them, and that's how we do all of our conservation and a little bit of sport fish, cutthroat trout stocking. So it's kind of a cool, it's a lot of work, but it's a cool process and still pretty rugged compared to some of our other fish traps like Duck Fork and Manning Meadow that have the nice cement raceways and everything. So if you'll go to the next slide, Randy. And then the last thing I had was, the other thing we've been doing is some netting on Boulder Mountain. We redid a management plan in 2014 where we came up with new goals and objectives for each lake on the mountain. And we're in the process of trying to review that management plan and decide how effective it was and what we might need, whether we're meeting those objectives, what we might need to change, and just a big review of that. So we're doing a lot of netting, and here's some pictures from a couple lakes we netted recently, and these lakes look good, but it's going to be a summer of doing a lot of netting. So if anybody has any interest in coming down to the Boulder Mountain and helping out with a project or something, just shoot me an email and let me know. Most of July during the week we'll be out there. We won't be out on weekends, but if you had a couple days during the week in July that you were interested in coming, just send me an email. I'm sure we can work something out. I think that's all I had for the update. I don't know if you have anything, Dave.
I don't, Nick. If maybe I'll send you a text and get the dates on your. I don't know if you got dates on the waters you're doing in July, but it'd be nice to have those dates.
Yeah, I ended up with having so many volunteers that right now I'm kind of just, if you know their days you're available and you want to come, let me know. But then at the end of next week, if I haven't heard from people, I'm just going to I'm going to come up with a schedule and send it out. So I'll let everybody see that. And then if you see a lake and a date that works for you, then anyone's free to jump in and come see what we're doing.
All right. Thanks, Nick.
Mm-hmm.
Nick, this is Bert. I just wanted to confirm I got your email regarding Kolob Reservoir, also containing brook trout and tiger trout in addition to cutthroat and rainbow. Do you have any comments on Kolob?
No, I mean it should be fine fishing right now. The fish will just still be a little small. By the fall we should be seeing some decent fish. So I mean, if the only time you can get out is right now, then great. But if you can wait until the fall, it'll probably be a lot better.
Sounds good. Any follow-up also on Navajo? I know we had some sad news last month regarding the splake fishery there. Just curious if there's been an update.
So we've been talking about what to do. We're looking into stocking tiger muskie. It's going to be a relatively, a low priority as far as out where our tiger muskie allocation goes. As my understanding, Richard's been the one who's been working on it, but I talked to him the other day, and the reasons for that is we're a little worried about the elevation and the oxygen issues, especially with how dense the Utah chubs are right now. So we're concerned about tiger muskie survival and whether or not they could establish themselves enough to start really consuming the chub. So we're still looking at that route. We're going to get stocked with splake and see how they do. But it's just too early to have a definite plan. We'll see if we can see what happens with the tiger muskie, see if the splake can rebound on their own. If neither of those items work, we may end up looking at a rotenone treatment, even just a partial one. The big problem is those chubs have come back so much and got so dense that we're worried they'll outcompete whatever we try to put in on top of them. So yeah, with Navajo, we're at least a couple years away.
All right, thank you very much. Are there any further questions for Nick or Dave regarding the southern region?
Hey Nick, this is Clint.
Yeah.
What was the size of those perch coming out of Fish Lake? They look pretty small. They look like they were 6-7 inches.
Yeah, and so I wasn't there. I haven't seen any data, but just talking to Stan, there wasn't anything notable about the size. He didn't feel like they were bigger or smaller than normal. The last couple of years we've kind of hoped and trying to see that they're getting a little bigger with all the harvest we've been having. But I don't think it's made a difference. So, I mean, we'll see what the data looks like once Stan really goes through the data, but first impression is they're about the same.
Thanks. Just curious.
Yeah.
Yeah, Nick.
Okay. Oh,
Nick,
Ken.
I was just going to say, on the perch tournament last year, there was an awful lot of perch caught, and I think the biggest one might have been 7 or 8 inches. There wasn't any size to them, as So
Yeah, it's just it's hard to control that population through or have an effect on it through harvest. Oh yeah, they're still small.
is there any possibility that they could spot poison for the perch?
And that's in the management plan. I'm trying to remember. We're getting close to the review of that management plan, but it started out with the management tools we were going to use were to try and increase harvest. Like we removed the limit. You can waste fish there. We did the perch tournament, and we've seen a big increase in harvest. But if that doesn't work, I think the next management tool that we go to is some spot treatments. So, and I believe that'll be in the next year. I think after we'll do lake trout netting this fall up there, and then I think we do the review of the management plan. So that could be something that comes up in the next year or two.
Thank you.
Sure.
Just a question, Nick. Do you have any idea what the perch population is in terms of numbers, and maybe what the exploitation rate you would need to get that population in check?
Nothing scientific enough to really get us there. With the perch tournament, we've done a couple estimates, but the confidence intervals are just so high, and I mean, we don't, and it's just hard to imagine we could do it through harvest with what we've read about. So
yeah, that's kind of where I was getting to. So yeah, sounds good.
Okay.
Nick, I was wondering, would it be possible to do a commercial harvest down there? I mean, get somebody that might be interested in giving them, several hundred yards of shoreline and going, you can get them out of here, you can have them.
Yeah, I mean, that wouldn't be, it'd be worth looking into. It seems like, I don't know, it seems like it'd be tough to get someone who, I guess, I don't know what the market would be for something like that, but that'd probably be worth something bringing up and talking about when we do that, if we do that review, and I'm sure it'll come back that we're not having the effect we need. That'd be an option we could definitely bring up and look at when we're looking at the next management tools to start using in that management plan.
Thank you.
I know that a couple of years ago, the boys and I went down, and I mean, we fished all day. I ended up getting fish camera finally to work that Rex gave me, and it was black and yellow as far as you could see, 360 degrees. It was hilarious to watch. I mean, I fought my boys off the screen just so I could fish with the camera, but and I grew up fishing it. I mean, as soon as we were allowed to fish year round, that was where we went. And I can say that I fished from Mallard Bay on the south end to Joe Bush on the north end. And those early years, the fish were 5 to 6 inches. We've made to 8 inches. There's places that I've caught some 9s and 10s and very consistently. But by angler harvest, I mean, the boys and I took home over almost 300 fish in a day's worth of fishing. I mean, I took home 177, and we just couldn't. I mean, I physically couldn't pull a sled full of fish. So there's the amount of harvest that you'd have to have versus what one little female that's 7-8 inches can hold versus egg wise. It's just so hard to probably do.
Mechanical removal is always so tempting, and it rarely works.
Right. And that's even on small populations and small little streams up here where we have some decent stuff. So, I mean, I love chasing perch, and I love Fish Lake, and I love the ability to take my kids to catch a bunch of fish, because it's a catch and trip. It's not a fishing trip. It's a catch and trip. And I really enjoy that.
Yeah. And this management plan, it's going to be a review of the lake as a whole fishery, because it's going to be interesting to see how the kokanee play out as well.
Right.
Because the real issue with the perch wasn't necessarily we want bigger perch for anglers to catch. It's that they displaced Utah chub for the lake trout to eat, and they were eating our rainbow trout. If we can get rainbow or the lake trout eating the kokanee and fill a niche that way. And I mean, we may end up being fine with, we have a trophy component in the lake trout and splake, and then we have an opportunity component in the perch. And so it'll be kind of complicated, but it should be really interesting and good when we get that review done.
Your hands are full.
Yeah, Stan's are at Fish Lake. That's about all he does is Fish Lake.
Oh, sorry, Dan, go ahead.
I just gonna say,
just curious.
Nick, down. Oh,
No, go ahead.
down at Fish Lake last weekend, the boys went down and just slaughtered the kokanee down there.
Oh, good.
What about the I don't know what the name of the boat is. I call it the Queen Mary that they keep at Strawberry and Jordanelle. I don't even know if you could get it to the lake and get it on the lake, but that could be a big seining tool with the nets and the power that it has to drag everything. I don't know if that'd be worth trying or even possible.
Yeah, and so Stan's been in charge of the kokanee monitoring, and we've been doing vertical netting and hydroacoustics. But I mean, when Stan gets done with those marinas, we'll even launch anything there, I think is the plan. But yeah, I think if we feel like we're not getting what we need from hydroacoustics and the curtain netting, I think you'd look at doing some trawling. I
was just thinking of the trawler and the perch.
Oh, okay. Yeah, okay. Yeah, and that's something to think about.
Nick, I was wondering, we're coming on the October gill netting again this year, aren't we?
Yeah, so we'll be doing the lake trout netting in October again this year.
And hopefully we can get together to do it, right?
Yeah, yeah. We've been okay. Yeah, I guess we've been doing all our gill netting. It'll just be a question of how many people we can have out in the boat, if we've got to keep it to 2 or if we can have a few more out there. You'll definitely have face coverings though if you're out there in October. That'll help.
Hey, Nick.
Yeah, Dave.
Just curious, I guess the milfoil's the big deal for them perch and their success, and the weevil apparently didn't work, and that source just dried up. I guess have you guys ever discussed the triploid grass carp?
Yeah, so we looked at that. We really felt like the weevil was our best option, and I don't know. We're a little hesitant to add another fish like that in there. I think, again, it'll come back to where you end up at the end of this management plan review. If we can see some indications, like I said, I mean, the whole thing is, well, I guess there's the access issue and shoreline fishing issue with the milfoil, but really if we can get the lake trout fishery back to where we want it to be, then we're going to worry a lot less about the perch and the milfoil. But I don't know, everything I've read is the milfoil is it's hard to control unless you've got a small body of water that you can completely drain or you can afford to chemically treat periodically. There's just not. The weevil is the most encouraging biological control we saw, but maybe looking into that carp, we may end up there at some point.
Okay.
I know years ago I helped Sorno work on Manaway, and we tried to chemically treat about 20 acres in there. And the problem was that as soon as we got it chemically treated, there was 2 things that happened. One, we were very effective in killing that, but as soon as fragments of the milfoil landed on that now kind of bare substrate, it immediately grew, and our patches were thicker and more dense and came to the surface, and like it just opened a place that was way better to grow in than the rest of the reservoir. And second, the half-life seemed to take a lot longer to remove. We did this after irrigation season, which was great, because if we had done it, say, in April, the irrigators would have been killing alfalfa clear until June or July. It didn't come out of the water. So there's not an irrigation component coming out of Fish Lake. So that's not a big deal. But like the areas that we treated came back more rank in vegetation after that chemical treatment.
Yeah, and we did a lot of literature review, and then we actually talked to Sorno about that project, and chemical, yeah, especially on a water body the size of Fish Lake is just not. And there actually is, there's a little bit of irrigation use, the top like 1.5 foot they can use, I think. And so that was, we talked to them about the weevil, and the irrigators were fine with that, but I think they'd be a little hesitant with herbicide. And so, yeah, and for a water body like Fish Lake, it's biological control is your only real option, and the weevil was the best, but we'll see. So, but yeah, it just didn't work.
Trying to get unmuted here. Any further questions for Nick? Okay, that wraps up. Oh, Clint, did you have a question?
No.
Okay. So that wraps up the southern region. We'll move on to the central region. We've been joined by Ken Strong, the central region rep, and I believe Jackie Watson is also with us. I'm not sure who of you will be doing the report, but go ahead.
I think I can screw it up just as good as anybody can. So there's a couple of pictures that have been attached. Randy might have for the central region update, the fish that were caught at Jordanelle. Do you have those, Randy?
Yeah, I'm queuing up right now, Ken.
There's one of them, the splake, and I think the other one was a tiger muskie, and this is what we have going on in Jordanelle, and they're looking pretty good. There is some bigger tiger muskie in there, but I think those were just recent plants, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, on strawberry, here's some of the other stuff. On strawberry, Allen and West are working with the Army Corps of Engineers to resolve permitting for the Chicken Creek East boat ramp. It is anticipated the project will be completed by this fall during the low water session. They're working with the DOT and mitigation to restore proper stream function to the upper Strawberry River above Highway 40. Some of us have already been up and looked at that. Finally, there is a process to be shifting the stocking to more larger rainbows to help improve survival for angler rates at Strawberry. And in the lower Provo River, Deer Creek Campground below has a new landowner who has plans to improve and further development the campground. Mike Packer of the Central Region Outreach is working to renew the walk-in access contract with the new landowner. Crockett is currently working with the agreement with Trout Unlimited and transferring funds provided by Habitat Council for the in-stream flows at Murdoch. These funds will help provide a flow for this section of river for the next 10 years, while a permanent solution will be sought. I think Bert has some more information on that. The Middle Provo, the krill data is almost ready to present. The council should let us know, or decide when they want to have that presented on the Middle Provo. Deer Creek will be starting the angler krill survey on July 1st. They are currently drafting a question to gauge how COVID-19 have affected people's angling opportunities. They'll also be electrofishing the reservoir next week. And then you've seen the two pictures of the 15-inch tiger muskie that was caught on a fly on June the 12th, and the splake that was caught June the 15th, those two fish that Randy showed. This is only the second splake we've seen reported by anglers, the first being a 4-inch splake caught through the ice in February. We will be electrofishing Jordanelle 2 nights next week, one for monitoring and one night for targeting tiger muskie. And Chris wanted to mention that the DWR Water for Wildlife team, he said DWR has a goal of developing a plan for future wildlife waters needed, but did not provide any additional information. He did mention Randy is on that team and could provide more information. And that's all I have. I don't know what Jackie has to add to that.
And I guess I'll sort of provide some more information since Ken alluded to it there. I can't really say a lot because we just started this team literally this week and we were drafting a charter and some things like that. So it's kind of some background stuff for creating the team. But looking forward, yeah, the division is looking at coming up with a water plan that's going to be comprehensive. So it's going to be both fisheries and wildlife, and kind of look forward for the next maybe 20 or 30 years and start addressing maybe some water needs to help provide what we need for both our fish and wildlife on the landscape. So, you know, we're competing against other entities, population growth, agriculture, et cetera. We haven't traditionally maybe taken as strong of a stance as we should at water development within the division and securing what we need for our wildlife resources. So that's kind of what we're looking at, is what we can do over the next 20 or 30 years to get our hands on the water that we need to make sure our fish and wildlife are doing well.
Jackie, did you have any further comments?
Not really anything to add other than just want to reiterate that middle Provo creel data is very close to being presentable. I guess I need a reminder, the council has not seen our electrofishing data, correct? We were waiting to pair both data sets.
No, we had a report from Mike and Chris,
Okay.
I think it was January, on the electrofishing data. So that was, they rolled it out to Blue Ribbon first before they started going out to Trout Unlimited chapters.
And I couldn't remember, I had kind of vague memories going both ways, so that's good to know. So we'll just focus on the creel data and maybe make some comparisons to what we're seeing in the angler catch versus what we saw in our electrofishing, but mostly focus on that creel data. And so those data, that presentation could be ready as early as next month for next month's meeting, but I will leave it up to you guys to decide which month you want to see that.
All right, that sounds good. We'll work with, and I presume who's going to be presenting that? Mike and Chris, or Mike?
I think it'll just depend on which of us are available, you know, and ready to go. I always have the Blue Ribbon meeting on my calendar, but it is Mike's water, so if he wants to take it on, obviously we'll let him.
Okay. And just a quick question. Ken mentioned the campground on the lower Provo has a new owner, and it sounds like they want to renegotiate and get back into the walk-in access program. Presumably that would then provide access through the campground. Is that correct?
Ideally, yes. The new landowner is Steve Alt. So Mike Packer's working with Steve's representative. Mike felt pretty confident that we would have walk-in access there, but obviously it's not guaranteed.
Bert, would this new trail extension impact that with the campground?
No, it wouldn't. I was going to talk about that this afternoon, but the trail, as it is currently envisioned by UDOT, would continue up on the road side of the river, above the trestle. And so it would be on the near side, I guess it would be north or northwest side of the river. And then it would gain access to the old road bed. And that old road bed, I don't know how recently you've been to the Hoover Hole access point at the top of the canyon. Once you pull off of the road, the highway, you take a right and you dead end at a gate down there. The UDOT, when they built the new road, they repaved the old road, and they actually had a bike lane or a multi-use trail lane on that piece of asphalt. It's since deteriorated and cracked, and a lot of it's fallen in and had to be refilled with fill material. But my understanding is that the multi-use trail would get up onto the old road bed at that point. And then I believe, I think it would go under the highway and then connect to, there's a parking area up above by the dam, which connects then to the trails that go on the backside of Deer Creek Reservoir. So it would be up and above the campground section, if I'm not mistaken.
So yeah, Mike and I were there in March, and yeah, that would, so from the brown sign, you'd come up to the old highway, and you'd drop down where Little Deer Creek is, go through the access from Little Deer Creek, and then get into that parking lot there, and then go on the railroad tracks. Is that correct?
Well, I'm not sure that they've finished siting it completely, but I thought it would get up onto the road, but and then continue on the roadway from the Hoover Hole parking area,
right,
closer to Deer Creek. And I'm not quite sure what the plan is to get it. I don't know if there's a tunnel or if there's a way to get it through or under or over the highway at that point.
The only access under the highway there is Little Deer Creek culvert.
Okay, well, obviously that's a significant engineering problem they're going to have to deal with, and the canyon gets pretty busy. When I last fished up there, I think it was Memorial Day weekend, and I basically gave up on taking a left turn and going back down the canyon to Provo, and I went up and around to come to Salt Lake through Heber, just because it was impossible to cross. Okay, any further questions regarding Central Region for either Jackie or Ken? All right, hearing none, we move on to the Northeast Region. Is Natalie with us? I'm not sure I introduced her. And or Ben, I haven't seen. Let's see.
I'm on. Ben
All right.
is not on.
All right, Natalie, welcome. Thanks for joining us. Go ahead.
You're welcome. So I'll just go through a couple quick ones here, and my 4-year-old's running around here, so if you guys hear a pipsqueak around, that's her, and I'll try to keep her quiet. All right, so I'll start at starvation. We're starting on our smallmouth bass population tagging project right now. So we tried to get out last night, but the wind just flat out never stopped blowing at starvation or in the UN Basin for 2 days. So we have on our agenda to start up at 2 again this afternoon. We're trying to tag 500 smallmouth bass, and the recapture event's going to be the Catch a Cure tournament on the 27th of June. So we'll be out today, most of the night tonight, and then we'll start up again, possibly Sunday night, Monday night, and then we'll be hook and lining for the rest of those tags. So we'll let you know how it goes. But this also marks the start of our bioenergetics project at Starvation, collaboration between us and FES at the moment. So we'll be collecting lots and lots of data as we work through the different fish species. We'll be collecting diet data, age data, 4 seasons of the year for all species, and processing a lot of information. So it'll all be good stuff, but wanted to just let people know that if you are fishing at Starvation in the next week and you happen to catch a smallmouth bass with a tag in it, I need to have that reported back to me. That just helps us get our variance closer and our population estimate more accurate. So that's what we will be doing there the next week. And as far as fishing, I get mixed reports from starvation. The fly anglers are doing exceptional this year. Our local fly fishing guy, and he's on our management team, Tom Ogden, you guys probably know Tom, but he says starvation is hot and it's back to its old self, and he's catching all species in good quantities and good sizes. And he's fished that lake for 22 years or something like that consistently. And then I get others who are frustrated because they can't catch the rainbow trout like he can. So go figure. But the walleye bite has been tough so far this year. The anglers report that they're just loaded again with midges. I don't know if they're just so full they don't want to eat anything else, but this hatch that has happened the last 2 summers now completely fills the bellies of a lot of fish, and we'll be looking at diets a lot closer with this bioenergetics model that we're doing. But it's kind of interesting to see what's happening. The perch bite, I have heard of no one hardly at all catching perch right now and not seeing any small ones right now. So I don't know what's going on with the perch yet. We haven't spent a ton of time targeting them in our studies to figure out if there's good numbers or not. The last report from the fall was there was thousands and thousands of them everywhere. So I don't know. And then lastly, I think I told you guys we were able to take a really small batch of walleye eggs from starvation, and that was done on April 7th. So we've been through the process, and we were able to create, our hatchery staff was able to create that batch of 100% triploid. They were tested twice, and both times they came back 100%. And there was a batch from Willard Bay as well, a small batch. The first round of fry testing came back 84% triploid, and the second batch at 2 inches came back 95% triploid. So that was good, and that's consistent with what some of the other states have seen as well when they test the bigger batches, bigger size classes. So those fish, the 95% batch were able to go into Big Sandwash Reservoir, and the 100% triploid batch, which ended up being 7,000, just over 7,000 2 to 3 inch walleye, we stocked in Red Fleet last week. So that was a big accomplishment for our region, because I have some walleye anglers that are pretty upset that they can't catch a walleye there. Even though my husband and I went there the other night and he caught 2 of them while we were trying for wiper, so they're there. Any questions on starvation or Red Fleet before I move on?
Hey, Natalie, this is George. Why do you think the triploid success was so much higher at starvation? You know, I know we've talked in the past about water temperatures having a big effect there. Do you think that's playing a big role there? I'm kind of curious.
So that the hatchery guys think that, so what we did differently with starvation, and that was right when the COVID, everything was getting pretty heated, and our crews were virtually me and one other person. What we ended up doing was we took 6 females from starvation and 6 males, and we took them directly to the hatchery, and they spawned them at the hatchery in a controlled environment where everything was right at their fingertips, and they literally can control every single aspect of what they were doing. The batch size was also much smaller. So I think I don't know the exact egg amount that they got, but they said like the pressure chamber was half full compared to a full chamber that they've had in the past. So they just think that they were able to control it so much better that they got the results that they wanted. And that's as far as I've heard, but I would trust that they took really good notes and they can replicate that again in the future based on what we learned this year.
That's excellent news. I'm glad to hear that's an amazing success rate. So thanks.
Yep. All right, moving on to some of Brian and Garn's work. They've been doing spawning operations on the West Fork of the Duchesne River. I was out twice last week with them to do collections, and then they did a really small spawn the first day. On Monday of this week, they did a pretty good spawn, and then today is the last spawn of that area. So they'll be wrapping up everything there. I don't know. I remember Garn saying there was like a 70,000 fry quota or something like that. I don't think they were looking for a huge spawn, but they did get what they needed, and we'll be wrapping up the West Fork Duchesne today. And they'll be moving up to Sheep Creek Lake for some disease certification work. And then after that, I think they're going to start working on some of their planning for more of the treatments that they have lined out. So that pretty much wraps up their habitat work and their cutthroat spawning in the northeastern region, and they'll be transitioning into a different portion of the program, which is restoration of some of the cutthroat trout streams in our region. So I'll have some more updates as they progress with that. I didn't really have anything from Ryan and Lowell. I know they're going to start doing some smallmouth bass electrofishing on the gorge next week, but that's all I know from those guys at the moment. And then one last quick note on Steinecker Reservoir. It reached its peak capacity 2 days ago. It was projected to get to 62%, and they got to 61% capacity. It looks really good. The bass had a really good window of spawning where the water was going up instead of down, which is great for survival. I think the bluegill were starting to spawn a couple weeks ago. I hope that they got done with their spawn. But from now on, that reservoir will drastically drop, is what the water company told me. 1 to 2 feet every single day is what it's going to go down. And they're going to take it possibly back to 20% capacity, which I hate that I can't have more say in that, but it is an irrigation reservoir and we only own a conservation pool. So it's better than it was, but it will definitely take 2 to 3 years to reach 100% capacity and get it all the way back up. But I'm still confident that we can complete the remainder of that habitat installation project, either late this winter or first thing in the spring, and we'll be good to go for next year. So the fishing there has been great. The rainbows are growing quickly. Our locals are really happy they can go up there and catch 50 trout in a day if they wanted. They're also catching a few bass. There are no reports of bluegill yet, but bass, tiger trout, a few browns, and rainbows. So it's looking good. We should be able to rebuild that fishery rather quickly. And then lastly, some Pelican Lake updates. We pretty much reached the time of the year where our electrofishing boats cannot go through the thick bulrush anymore. I spend more time cleaning the prop off than I can proceed forward through the bulrush now. We were out there on Tuesday morning before the windstorm came up, and we were able to remove 6 more, but that's not the numbers that I feel are really effective for our time to be out there. So we'll probably wait. We'll still be out there doing a few things. We do have, and I love Pelican Lake right now because it's like full of good news and bad news at the same time. So go figure. But they opened up. So when we had that big rainstorm and the snow on the mountain 2 weeks ago now, that brought all of our rivers way up. So they topped off Cottonwood. It was completely full, and they wanted to fill up Pelican as much as they could, and that requires opening the Bullet Canal. So they were sending 65 to 100 CFS of nasty red water from Bullock all the way down to Pelican Lake for almost 14 days. About day 4 or 5 into this whole filling of Pelican Lake through the Bullet Canal, the Pelican Lake fish screen actually, the metal itself collapsed and it completely imploded on itself. So that was a great day for Trina. I don't know what to do after this type of stuff happens like this, but she was able to get the screens out of the water and up against the side so they wouldn't get destroyed any more than they were when they got the contractor back out, picked the screens up out of it, and we're able to do some good inspections on it. The screen, the welds had failed. So the force of the water coming over the top had actually buckled it, and all the welds in every consistent place throughout the whole section of the screen had busted. So they were sent back to the manufacturer. The manufacturer is replacing them and fixing them at no cost. It was an error on the screen, manufacturer's dime, and they are paying for that. So that's a bit of good news. Trina hopes to get them reinstalled in July and fix up the baffles. And here we go for round number 3, I think, now of trying to get the screen to work properly. So it sucks. There was water going down to Pelican again that was unscreened for almost 10 days. And I'm sure that there's fish in there. But at this point, we are where we are with Pelican Lake, and it's more of a maintaining mode and trying to keep carp numbers low, trying to get those muskie to grow so they can take care of carp fry. But I mean, we removed 814 carp at this point. No, 816 carp from the system. We still never found a single ripe female. We found a bunch of ripe males. So I hope that we were able to clean out some of them. But like everybody has said before me, mechanical removal is pretty much impossible forever. And we don't want to have to do it forever, but there will be a maintenance mode to Pelican Lake. And that being said, while I was out there too, I'd say 90% of Pelican Lake still looks great. The water clarity is great. The vegetation growth is coming back. The bluegill and the bass, they're growing fast. They look good. The bug life is abundant. The zooplankton's abundant. But we've got this area where the canal comes in. It's a red, muddy mess. Our sediment catchment basin did as much as it possibly could, but it's not enough. And I'd say, I don't know that I can ever design a project that will completely eliminate the sediment problem that we have in that system. So I'll give it a try, like I said, and like I've been working on for the past 4 years, but there comes a point when Mother Nature outcompetes the money and the resources that we will ever have to try to completely stop sediment loads into Pelican Lake. So that's my update for our region. If you guys want to come out and fish red fleet for wiper and crappie and yellow perch, I'd say anytime in the next month or 2 is the time to come out. The wiper fishing has been awesome. I caught 40 on my paddleboard the other day, and it was an awesome, awesome time. So that's it.
Thanks, Natalie. I was actually going to ask about Red Fleet because it's on our list for next year. Just curious, you feel like we definitely should be evaluating it formally next year?
I do at this point. I mean, it's just such a fun fishery right now, and it's got a trophy component. It's got the different components for species composition. You just really never know what you're going to catch there. I very rarely get a bad report from Red Fleet. It's all, this place is awesome. There's actually way too many people there right now, and I don't know, it's going to be tough. It's a small fishery, but the recreation use by paddleboards and everyone right now is just insane. So it's tricky, but early mornings, evenings can be done, and it's super fun for kids and anglers who are trying to catch those big wiper. It's a really good challenge. And the wiper, so far, the max size we've got is 6 pounds, 10 ounces.
Wow. So is it pretty busy midweek as well?
Day use by just the locals, though it's a local swimming hole because we don't have any place to swim. We don't have an outdoor pool in Vernal, so it is the place to swim. But if you come in the middle of the week, you're going to have a pretty open fishery. The weekends, though, are definitely difficult. It is taken over by recreation boaters.
Okay. I had a couple of questions on Pelican. You mentioned 6 carp were removed. What size were those, roughly?
The ones we got were about 14 inches this last time on Tuesday. There was one that was 10 inches.
Okay. Are there any further questions for Natalie? I guess I did want to know your sense regarding the spawn for bluegill and bass for this spring was good on Pelican?
Yeah, we were trying to stay away from them as much as we could, but we'd come across some pretty big areas of spawning beds on the west side or the east side over by the highway. We'll kind of just be looking for bluegill fry and young of year here in the next couple months. Our survey is scheduled for early August, but no one really bothered them. We stayed in specific areas looking for carp and left them alone. And I believe that the bass were able to get a good spawn off as well. So I'll be able to confirm that here in a couple months when we get out there and are able to detect more of them. But the numbers so far of last year's stocking and then the year before's spawn are pretty good. You can pretty much find bluegill in a lot of the areas of the lake right now.
And what was your sense of angling pressure this spring?
I think I probably saw 10 to 15 anglers in boats throughout the spring and a lot of shore anglers off the main ramp in that area by the launch. And I did forget to update you guys on we're still progressing on the fishing pier / casting deck thing that we're going to be building out there. I'm just waiting for they're called Terracon. They're a geotechnical drilling truck. It's scheduled to come out next Friday. Everything's finalized. We just need the truck to get in there and so we can tweak the numbers on concrete thicknesses and stuff like that. So we're looking good on completing the engineering design portion of this project. Then the next part is going to be trying to figure out how to get the funding to actually build it. So moving forward though.
All right, thank you. Any further questions?
Natalie, this is Rex. I watched all those YouTube videos that you recommended in terms of how to, carp removal. One that kind of intrigued me was that poison bait one. I just wondered if there was maybe a point that maybe you and I could just talk on the phone. I had an idea on that we wouldn't want to do now, but maybe just a few minutes if you wouldn't mind, or I can just text you or email you my number whenever you get the chance. But I just had a couple of things I thought about after the poison bait ones that fascinated me.
Yeah, and one thing on the poison bait, it's not actually commercially available yet. It's all tested in Minnesota right now, and we've already checked into it, and it's not quite available for us to use. So it will be a few years before it's approved for us to use. But yeah, we can talk sometime about how you envision being able to use that.
All right. Yeah, maybe one of these days we'll actually be able to get together. And I just had some thoughts on that with me using carp in my master's thesis. I have a love-hate relationship with them.
You and me both, man. You and me both.
All right, I think that concludes it for the Northeast region. Thank you, Natalie. Last up, Northern region. Clint, you ready?
Yes, sir. I just trying to put my thoughts a little bit more together here and had some other things come up. So, anyways, I kind of just have a few things like most everybody else. We're in the field, we're doing a lot of things, but I'm going to give you an update on 4 different waters. I'm going to start with the Weber River between the reservoirs, so between Echo and Rockport. Blue Ribbon's funded me for the last couple of years for implementation and stabilization of a bank or a series of banks on 2 walk-in access properties. Since our last meeting, I was able to acquire 40 logs between 20 and 30 feet long with root balls attached, and had those delivered. So I had 3 loads. Cost me $900 for all 3 loads to be hauled from a construction site down here on Highway 89. So those will be used along with rock to stabilize 2 banks in November by our heavy equipment crew, provide some fish habitat, some overhang, and some great stabilization. I'm way excited. The landowner is a little upset because he knows he's going to lose lots of flies to it, but I think it's going to be awesome, an awesome thing to see. So I just wanted to kind of give that update. I thought that was pretty cool. I spent an entire day watching logs fall out of a truck, so it was way fun. An update on Bear Lake. Bear Lake has finished their spawn, and I think they were able to get their quota in 3 different spawning attempts there at the fish trap. Chris Penny went up and helped Scott for 3 different weeks, helped spawn those fish. They had a long day. They spawned like 70 fish the last day in order to meet all the quota that was needed for those Bear Lake cutthroats, and the egg takes for those. So those will be coming to a local fishery near you within the next couple of years as bigger fish. So that's a great project. And Scotty is always busy running nets or whatever, so he's got some things that are in the works. But if you have want to talk to him about fishing Bear Lake, feel free to reach out to him. Wanted to jump to Pineview. The last couple of weeks, a lot of people have been posting pictures of some pretty decent muskies. I'm not going to say they're huge, but 35 to 40 inch tigers. And we are continuing working on new structures and getting some new habitat for deep water for those yearling fish installed. But the fishing pressure has been up. There's a lot of posts been on, I guess, Big Fish Tackle and some of the muskie groups and different things. Of quite a few muskies being caught at Pineview and at Newton. I think if you wanted to catch some 30 to 35 inch tigers and wanted to catch multiple fish, you could probably go to Newton and do that pretty reasonable if you don't mind 20 or 30 jet skiers and boats there on a very, very small reservoir. But you can do that. Willard, as always, is a fickle place to fish, but there are people that are catching limits of walleye. Doesn't sound like the wipers have turned on all the way yet. They're picking a few here and there, but the walleye's doing pretty good if you can find them and get them to bite. Do actually really well. Chris went out with somebody. I just overheard a conversation this morning as he walked in, but was out with somebody fishing, and they caught some really big cats this week along the shore, even in kind of tough weather conditions. So I think me and the boys are going to go back. Me and my kids are going to go back and chase some kitty cats in an afternoon on a not so windy day. And then my last update is on East Canyon. I went up a couple of weeks ago and tried to replicate some other anglers and catch some fish, and I failed miserably. It was the first donut I've had in a long time. The fish are there. Anglers on the in boats and shore were both catching fish. I lost a couple, but East Canyon is nearly full. It spilled this spring. It's down a couple of feet now is all. But Natalie talked to fishing pressure and angler pressure. This one little point had 5 different boats go by it by the time it was 7 o'clock in the morning. A place that one of my coworkers had all to themselves for most of a day on Memorial Day. So word gets out, every pull off around East Canyon was full with cars that morning when I went by at 6:30. So there's definitely a lot of fishing pressure, and I went through your little list for candidate waters, and everything's correct on Lost Creek. And it was spilling in the spring as well. So I think our reservoirs are in pretty good shape. Echo will start to be pulled down pretty quick here as things warm up. But with these big rains that we've had the last couple of weeks, that water is holding in those reservoirs, and it's kind of nice to see. So we should have a really good production for crappies and perch in our fisheries. Bluegill and bass did really well, pulling off a spawn this year in Manaway. And so anyways, that's kind of my update. I guess my biggest one was Weaver River. I'm really excited for that project and have that kind of finished this fall. It was kind of a touchy way to get logs, but it worked out really well, and they were glad to get rid of them. So I'll take any questions you have.
Clint, I was wondering what your project is happening up on the Logan River with the Browns and the Brooks.
That's finished.
Okay.
I've got a degree and waiting for a diploma to be sent to me at this point right now. So
fantastic.
I think, yeah, that's why I've been doing a little bit of fishing this spring. So yeah, I think Phaedra will probably continue it. They'll probably monitor it for the next little while. I'm going to go up and help monitor when they do their annual sampling in August, end of July, first part of August. I'm going to ask Gary if he needs some help, and I'll fill in a spot there. I want to see what that looks like. I've had a buddy that's been up there fly fishing. He says it's been a little tough, and it should be. I mean, we removed just over 3,100 fish out of those two little streams. So Brooks and Browns. So it should be a little bit more difficult, but hopefully there will be enough gap there. There'll be enough big enough space by removing fish August, September, and then I went back in November and cleaned fish off reds as much as I could. So hopefully that will be a good enough bump to really give the cutthroat in there a good boost and free up some food and those kinds of things. I hope it will work out really well. So
for the August meeting, we are expecting to see you cap and gown on Zoom. Is that the general consensus then?
Well,
I mean, we have had input on this one, dude.
I'm waiting for Utah State to put together a date. They had canceled May, and then they canceled the August ceremony. So they said they're going to try to get something put together. I don't know what will happen or not. I do need to get a cap and gown picture though for my mom, if nothing else. So, but yeah, I was even actually trying to get to Alaska in August this year for graduation, and the virus has hit the little town that I was flying into, and I have to be in the airport for like 14 days before I can leave the airport and go into the town. So as of right now, I'm not making a trip to Alaska. So
congratulations. That is truly wonderful. Good
it is.
job.
Thanks. Appreciate it. Thanks all for the funding and for all the support.
Yeah, that's great news. And is that a master's then? And is it in fisheries biology?
It's a master's in natural resources. So I took some fishery classes and different management classes, restoration, ecology classes. So pretty well rounded. It's not as directed like a fisheries major. If I was 25, 26, 27, I probably would have had a strict fisheries, science or watershed science major for my master's, but this is more broad scale. So
great. I did have a question about East Canyon. You were talking about lots of folks getting into fish and it getting a lot of pressure, and that there being some buzz on websites, and that drives the pressure. Was that primarily for trout, or was that also for wiper?
No, it was for trout and bass. The wipers, I never saw anybody catch a wiper. I know that some of our guys here have tried up there. Andy Papas, who used to work for the Department of Ag, he would go up there and fish for smallies all the time. and he's only caught 2 or 3 wipers there. Shantae caught a couple up there last year. But most of that chit chat was over just chasing rainbows, or bass. I've noticed while I've been driving around the last couple of weeks back and forth to meetings or, meeting landowners or whatever, bass anglers have really been scouring, the banks and the shorelines for smallmouth at Echo and at East Canyon. I passed two bass boats on East Canyon while I was trying to catch fish. There was a dozen boats on Echo, and 8 of those were between the marina and kind of that next marina towards the south. I mean, they're just thick in there, really chasing, really kind of pounding the shore hard. And the rest of them were on the east side up in the inlet looking at chasing bass and stuff up there. So, but that's what the buzz has been. I think if I was to go back, I would have changed my tactics a little bit differently, but I stuck to what I knew, and I came up with nothing. So.
And are they catching pretty decent smallmouth bass out of East Canyon?
They're pretty small. The one angler that I talked with, I watched him catch a couple of 6, 7, 8-inch bass. And that's what he'd mainly been catching, was just a lot of little guys. There's some really nice fish in there. There's some really, really nice bass in there, but sounds like most of them they're struggling to catch those. And when you think of low water years and some of the places that these are spawning, if they spawn in 5, 6 feet of water, and like Natalie was talking about, you drop a reservoir a foot or 18 inches in a day, it doesn't take long to have that 4 feet or 5 feet of water be gone before those eggs hatch. And it's kind of, at least this year, they could have pulled off a really decent spawn and stayed in the water, and those fry will get places. And so I think there will be a good pulse over the next couple of years. With some of this good water, we'll see that pulse of fish go through all of our fisheries, hopefully.
All right. And then Lost Creek, I actually managed to get to Lost Creek about 2 or 3 weeks ago. Got into one nice rainbow, but it was a pretty slow day. Do you have any tips on for folks that want to hit Lost Creek, how to get into some fish?
This time of year, I'm kind of fishing other places. I'm moving towards the Uintas and getting into some cool air more than chasing there. Your results kind of reflected mine. I went up there twice, once with the boys, and then I took my youngest son and one of his little best friends and dad, and we went up and we caught 4 fish, all cutthroats. Places that I was really hoping to see some fish stacked up, like on points and humps and stuff that I knew about, they weren't there, which was kind of unfortunate. I was hoping to anchor my kids on those places so we could, kind of like slip bobber fish some night crawlers or something, and just have some fun. And we just couldn't pin down fish well enough to do that, and that was kind of unfortunate. So I wish I could tell you that place was just a buzz. I went up Memorial Day, that's the second fishing trip, and every place was packed around that shoreline. So anglers were anywhere and everywhere. There was boats constantly being launched, and it was full, so you didn't have a long ramp. I mean, you had 5 feet of concrete and you were in the water. So it was really, really busy. And I think that's the way it's going to be. It's just going to be a busy little place. There's no fee being charged there. So kayakers and paddleboarders and stuff are using, but it's been a pretty good little place to be. So, but fishing now through probably the 1st of September is going to be pretty tough. The fish that I marked were all 25 to 30 feet under. So it'd be really tough fly fishing, unless maybe in the evenings, you fished right until dark or a little bit after and threw some big streamers for some of those fish if they came up and started feeding on streamers or something like that. That might be the only way. And I haven't fished an evening there in a long time. So if I get back there and do good, I'll let you know, Bert.
All right, thank you. Yeah, my experience was similar, although it was a weekday, I think a Thursday. Quite a few folks out. Unfortunately, there were some people deflating their kayaks on the boat ramp, blocking the way for me to launch my pontoon. But they eventually moved out of the way. It'd be nice if we could spread out hand launch away from the ramp a bit. Just seems like it's a tricky situation because there's only really that one good place to get to the water.
You can go past the boat ramp and kind of hook around that same arm that the boat ramp is, and it's kind of on the. It always seems east to me, but it's the north side of that arm. Anyways, you can hook around there, and the shore is really shallow, and it's a really good taper. I mean, it'd be way better to launch there than at the boat ramp. The only problem is you're further back in that bay, but that's where we caught when the boys and I, that's where we caught all of our fish. And when I went back with his little buddy, that was where I caught the first fish. And I should have stayed there because it was first run through, pulling cranks, caught a fish. And I thought, well, if it's going to be this productive, I'm going to go out where I want to go and fish. I should have stayed there. I shouldn't have went looking. I should have just stayed there and we would have picked up some more fish. But that little end, that's called the Francis arm, I think, if I remember right, you can launch there. And there's other little pull-offs that if you have like a little four-wheel drive vehicle, you can get to pretty easily. So, but that one that I'm talking about, you could get there in a little car and pull right to the water's edge and launch. It's not muddy. It's more sandy, so it's pretty nice little area. It doesn't get gooey, so you can get pretty close to the water without having to worry about sinking or getting stuck.
Yeah, I've launched just past the boat ramp once or twice before.
Yeah, it's kind of got rutted up over the last couple of years, and I noticed. I mean, a boat ramp that's 1.5 times as wide as what's there right now would just be absolutely wonderful. So you can get a couple of vehicles down there and launch. So there was a guy that had pulled in there with his boat and he was loading up like his 6 sons and 3 grandkids and grandma and grandpa. Everybody was on the shore and 3 vehicles on the ramp as we came back, and we had to wait for all of that to get in so we could load my boat into the back of my truck and go up to the parking lot and get everything tied down.
Do you have any updates on the walk-in parcel on the uppermost reach below the dam?
No, I do not. Last I was up there, it was still for sale. I haven't heard anything from Rachel.
Did you look in this?
The biggest thought is if somebody's going to be paying $4.4 million, I really doubt there's going to be an access agreement there, but I don't want to say that until I know for sure that that's going to be the case. But it's kind of hard to know. And since Kim and David were the two that really were actively working the land or up there managing it, it's kind of just the other siblings just want the money out of it and be done with it. So Kim's the one that's really, really sick, and so David would go up a couple times a year, but Kim would come out for weeks at a time and fix fence and work on trail and all kinds of stuff on the property, and he's the one that's really, really sick. So I don't know. I really don't know. And Kim was the one that I always dealt with. So I don't know how that's all going to happen once it sells.
I guess I didn't realize it was still for sale. I thought it had sold already.
No, as far as I understand, it's the signs are still there. So I just know that it's up for sale. And I looked on the web page that I took a picture of, and when I got back to the office, and they listed it as a fly fishing ranch and up for sale for $4.4 million.
Okay. And then I was curious about, I drove by it and I actually visited the new restroom below the dam. What's the fishing like there immediately below the dam? Seems like I hit that a couple years ago, but any comments on that?
You know, I've understood that it can be really good. It gets a lot of fishing pressure because I think a lot of people know that that's where they can go and fish if they wanted to fish Lost Creek itself. Because I really don't see, you know, just downstream. There's a property just downstream of the BOR stuff that's in walk-in access, and I've never seen a person park there. Never have I seen a person fishing that middle piece of access. They fish Ovards downstream and they fish just below the dam. But that being said, you know, I think it's a pretty picky and tricky little stretch. From what I fished it with streamers and did really good in the fall. I've understood guys will fish it in the spring and through the summer, and they'll fish midges, you know, like size 14 zebras and stuff, because there's some really big midges that are in that system. But once they get into the beaver ponds, it's really, really hard, because as soon as you throw something on there, the fish are pretty spooky.
Yeah.
But with it spilling, you get a bunch of tiger trout, or you get a bunch of rainbows anyways that come over the dam and into that. So you get a new flush of fish that don't get the pressure, or haven't seen the pressure that these little stream fish have for the last few years.
Interesting.
So it can be pretty good, probably pretty good right now. But like I said, my interests are kind of focused in other places. I'm trying to get to cooler locations before it even gets hot. So.
All right. Well, thank you. Any further questions for Clint regarding Northern Region fisheries? We kind of breezed through some of those, especially Willard. Sounds like it could be improving for the keepers.
If you get 3 or 4 good days of stable weather, that 3rd or 4th day seems to be when things start to really pick up. And then as long as it stays stable, you know, you can just fish it. And early in April, when my kids and I were fishing it, I would wait for 3 sunny days with no wind, or a little bit of, you know, barely any wind, and we'd go fish for catfish along the shore. And we did, you know, we caught fish every time. It's been a long time since I'd chased cats, so we learned some things, and had some really good meals off of some catfish from there, and that's what I've understood. Sorno from the office here, he's still playing that 3 days of sunshine and good warm weather before he's venturing out. So he's still hedging his bet, which I do, just because it makes more sense. They really are affected by weather and storm fronts and stuff in Willard for whatever reason, and so it's just kind of something that we've kind of in the back of our minds have put together, that you start fishing it after 3 days of stability.
Okay, thanks for that. Any further questions for Clint?
Yeah, Clint, I just want to congratulate you on adding the Kokanee to Rockport and Lost Creek to join East Canyon there in the northern region. I think that's great, and they're a popular fish to fish for, so it should turn out good in the long run.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, we've really tried, hoping that it's just an additional fish that people can chase. It's not going to affect our other opportunities that are there. It's just a different opportunity. I may need to come down and take some lessons from either you or your boys and learn how to catch these things if it gets to where there's some, we get there in 2 or 3 more years. I'm pretty excited to go chase some cokes. So it's nice to have them close.
I'm kind of hoping one of these days we get them into
Clint,
Deer Creek, Clint.
What's that, Rex?
I said one of these days I'm hoping we get them into Deer Creek, except that's come over the spillway from Jordanelle.
Yeah, I wouldn't doubt that you could get a few that would come down. That'd be kind of cool. That'd be kind of fun to watch them run up, the middle Provo add a different component there, you know, come September. That'd be really cool to have that component. That would add to that, maybe an additional protein level or something to those fish in the middle segment for sure.
It'd sure be gorgeous, at least up to the White Bridge or so. So
yeah, it would. It'd be way cool.
Clint, this is Russ. Do you mind if I come hang out with you in November when you put those root wads and log structures in?
Russ, you are always welcome to come and look and see, man. I'm super excited. This is something that Sorno, actually he put these in January, and something that he came up with. We were talking about yesterday as we went on a little road trip out west, and he's like, I was just thinking of how to get some gnarly, nasty stuff that I don't want to fish and lose flies in and make it good for fish. And so this was kind of what he came up with. And this has been engineered through River Restoration, same design, but it had been in the works for so long that I couldn't just cancel out of it. So it's been a great learning process, and I'm way excited to save $30,000 or $40,000 on engineering fees and just be able to, you know, put these in places where we really need them. So that would be really good. Great habitat. So I'll let you know when we get there. We have a 2-week window already set in stone with our crew. So I'm excited.
Okay, awesome. Thanks.
Yep.
All right, that concludes the northern region. I did have a question for Jackie. I just thought of this after we had wrapped up the central region. Looking at the candidate waters for this year, Little Dell, of course, has been on the list for a while. And I had a note that, you know, discussions with Salt Lake City were continuing as to whether or not they even wanted us to consider Little Dell as blue ribbon or not. So Jackie, are there any updates in that regard?
I had that same thought when I saw that list this morning, and I texted Slater and Chris and haven't heard back from them yet. But the last I heard, we're kind of still waiting on Salt Lake City. So no progress the last I heard. I'll let you know if I do hear back from Mike or Chris if something has changed.
All right, thank you. All right, I think that about concludes it. We're ahead of schedule. I don't know if there are other questions generally for the biologists. They have a tendency to get back to their day jobs and their regular jobs in the afternoon. So does anyone have any further questions for any of the region biologists? Okay, barring none, we'll be looking for additional information on how best to fish the candidate waters. And we'll talk a little bit more about candidate waters this afternoon. Randy, we're supposed to be wrapping up the morning session at about noon, but it's 11:40 now. I think we could probably wrap it up unless you have anything to add.
Yeah, I don't have anything to add. We got the outreach people on at 1, so we'll want to be ready for that. But beyond that, I'm good.
All right, well, let's do this. Let's plan on everybody jumping back on at 1 p.m. Make sure you're on at 1 because the outreach folks will be presenting. We'll be talking about a variety of things. I did send out the excerpts that Jackie remembered. George had put together a list of bullet points on the whiteboard regarding outreach. And Randy, I think, we've all got that now. And Randy has shared some of those with the outreach folks. So we'll reconvene after our lunch break. Please try to log in a little bit before 1 o'clock so that we can get started right at 1. And unless there's anything else, everybody have a good lunch.
Bert, it's the same meeting name.
Same link, I believe, right?
Okay.
Randy?
Yeah, I think that'll work. I'll get on early enough to make sure it's still working, and if there's an issue, I'll figure out what to do if I send another link or something like that. But I think.
Thanks, Randy.
All right, very good. Thanks, everyone. See you in a bit. Bye for now.
Other option there. Other option there. The dark, see if we can get you going. I looked earlier. It used to be I had an option where I could give you a phone number you can call into, but I don't ever know what's happened to that. I don't see the phone number option anymore for me. So kind of stinks. I'll see if we try to get you going. Put some thought into it. I looked earlier. It used to be I had an option where I could give you a phone number you can call into. Not able to talk, but I don't ever know. You can definitely use the chat feature. You can go up here option and click on that for me. So type something if you got something you want to say. I'll see if we try to get you going. Put some thought into it. I looked earlier. It used to be I had an option where I could give you a phone number you can call into. Not able to talk, but I don't ever know. You can definitely use the chat feature. You can go up here option and click on that for me. So type something if you got something you want to say. I'll see if we try to get you going. Put some thought into it. I looked earlier. It used to be I had an option where I could give you a phone number you can call into. Not able to talk, but I don't ever know. You can definitely use the chat feature. You can go up here option and click on that for me. So type something if you got something you want to say. I'll see if we try to get you going. Put some thought into it. Sounds good. Thanks, Mike. I think so, Mike. Maybe we'll delay just a couple minutes. We're waiting for actually a couple more outreach people to get on for an outreach discussion. I see Faith. I don't see Crystal or Aubree yet, so might kind of stall for them. Okay, Mike, I think that really gets us all, so we could probably go ahead and get started whenever.
Hi, everybody. This is Bert Lay, Chair of the Blue Ribbon Fisheries Advisory Council, and we are in our June 18th meeting, afternoon session. And we are being joined by several folks. Somebody's got a mute. We're being joined by members of the outreach section of the division, and I'm going to turn it over to Randy to do the introductions.
Okay, so we're going to talk about some outreachy stuff. I think this has been a conversation that's been brewing actually for a long time. We've been kind of spitting around some ideas in Blue Ribbon meetings for probably the better part of a year or so, kind of talking about outreach and what Blue Ribbon can do to maybe increase our public profile a little bit. And we've kind of maybe flirted with the topic a little bit at past meetings, but I thought before we dove fully into the topic, that it'd be really smart for us to get some people from our outreach staff involved. Some of the reasons for that is, first off, looking at kind of what we do for careers, most of us aren't outreach people. So I think it makes a lot of sense to have some people specialize in this, maybe providing some advice and their kind of 2 cents on what would be effective things that we could do within Blue Ribbon, and maybe some things that aren't going to be effective ideas. So I think they could provide us some good guidance when it comes to maybe having conversations of particular strategies that we can employ. I think on top of that, as we kind of look at how we can maybe potentially get some various outreach activities performed, certainly within Blue Ribbon, we have the ability to fund some outside entities to carry out these actions. But I think there's also some ways to partner with our outreach department to get a little bit more done as well. So I thought just to make it'd be a good idea to get some involvement from them before we had an in-depth discussion. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to start off by providing a little bit of background information that we can have a discussion from that. Hey, Mike Christensen, I think your mic might be on. It's creating a little bit of echo. If you wouldn't mind muting that. But before we get going here, I think what we'll do is we'll quickly just introduce. We got 3 people who joined us this afternoon from our outreach department. So we have Faith, we have Aubree, and we have Crystal. Maybe I'll let each of them just turn on their mics and introduce themselves real briefly and just talk about what they do for the division. And then we'll kind of get into our discussion end of things. So I'll just turn it over to the 3 of you real fast.
This is Kelly. I can jump in. I was on the meeting earlier, so for those that were on earlier, you heard me, but I'm the public information officer for the division. So I handle all of our media relations, do our news releases, media invites, try and get coverage for the different programs that the division has. And then I also run a podcast for the division.
Hi, I'll go next. I'm Crystal Ross, the social media coordinator for the division. So I run all of the different social media platforms and I do other odds and ends communications for the division.
And I'm Aubree Perrenoud. I do graphic design for the division. I do printed materials, guidebooks, stuff on the site. So just a variety of things.
Okay, well, thanks for the 3 of you, and I appreciate you guys taking a little time this afternoon to talk with us a little bit. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to actually start sharing my screen here. I'm going to go through a real fast presentation just to kind of set a little bit of background for this discussion and why for us within Blue Ribbon, we think that maybe outreach and some increased outreach and public awareness of Blue Ribbon in general will be beneficial for us. And then after that, we can have a bit of an open discussion, kind of talking about where we go with some of the outreach stuff down the road, and I'll kind of lead people through that effort. First off, I actually just wanted to provide just a little bit of background about what Blue Ribbon is and what Blue Ribbon does. I think for those who are in the Blue Ribbon Council, this is kind of old news, but we got some people who are maybe considering joining the council, and for those in the outreach department, I think maybe this is some new information, but Blue Ribbon itself is an independent advisory board. It's kind of a quasi-governmental agency. It's part of the division that provides anglers the opportunity to provide some input on just fishing, various lakes, that kind of thing to the Division of Wildlife. If you kind of look at our roles as biologists within the division, I think we have maybe our own biases and our own kind of waters that are our favorites. And it's really nice to have this independent voice where we have anglers themselves telling us kind of what they think about the fishing opportunities that we're providing and where we can maybe improve as a division at providing better opportunities for anglers here in the state. A couple of the big roles of Blue Ribbon. The first one is they provide some money to help us to improve our fisheries in the state. So there's about $450,000 that Blue Ribbon has access to each year. And what that money comes from is about $1 from every license sales. And it goes to habitat and various fishing amenity improvements throughout the state. And it turns out that Blue Ribbon Fisheries funding is actually one of the largest sources of this fisheries funding that we have here in the state. And this is really probably our primary source for funding for amenity improvement here in our state. So things like new fishing piers or bathrooms at water bodies, for a large part, being funded through Blue Ribbon dollars. And if we didn't have those dollars available, we probably get a lot less of that kind of stuff done on the land. And probably that would have a pretty adverse effect on our anglers. The other thing that Blue Ribbon does is they spend a lot of time designating Blue Ribbon fisheries here in the state. Blue Ribbon fisheries are fisheries that have good fishing, good habitat quality, and provide a good outdoor experience. And they also provide substantial input into the local economy, and I'll kind of go into that a little bit more later. But Blue Ribbon fisheries are generally recognized as being just the best fisheries we have in the state, and there's some anglers out there who actually really only fish Blue Ribbon fisheries. Those are the waters they target, and they stay away from other waters in the state. Now, if we kind of look at the economic impact of fishing here in the state, we estimate, this is going back maybe to 2011, so this data is about 10 years old now, but that about 3.8 million days are spent fishing each year here in Utah. Fishing itself provides about $460 million to Utah's economy, and there's about 5,600 jobs that are generated in Utah based off of fishing. Now, if we specifically look at our blue ribbon fisheries, we find that about 71% of that economic impact and the jobs comes from blue ribbon fisheries specifically. And what's kind of amazing is blue ribbon fisheries themselves make up actually less than 10% of the fisheries in the state. So we find the blue ribbon fisheries themselves have a disproportionate economic impact around the state. Now, fishing itself represents about 10% of Utah's tourism economy, which I think is pretty good considering that we have such good skiing and national park opportunities here in the state. So I think it's pretty nice that fishing is so well representative and has such a large impact on the economy here in our state. And we know that participation in hunting or fishing and the economic impact of fishing is about 4 times greater than hunting here in Utah. Now, with that said, Blue Ribbon is facing probably some challenges, or I shouldn't say challenges, but these are some things that are maybe some worries from our angle. And we're starting to get into where outreach can be beneficial for us. First off, that $450,000 we allocate every year comes from a legislative appropriation. And that money is not guaranteed annually. I don't think this money is at all at risk, but if we were to lose this money, it would reduce the division's ability to enhance fisheries here in the state and provide good fishing opportunities for our anglers. Also, we find that a minority of our anglers here in the state even know about the Blue Ribbon program, the existence of this program, the purpose and the benefits of the Blue Ribbon program. So what we know is that awareness of this program is going to help drive legislative support and maximize the potential benefit that blue ribbon fisheries can have to Utah's economy. So that kind of puts us in a position where we think that we need to do more to increase our public awareness of blue ribbon fisheries here in the state. So that kind of leads to the discussion that we would like to have. I think generally speaking, within Blue Ribbon, we would like to do more to increase the public awareness of Blue Ribbon and bring more people to be aware of the Blue Ribbon program and the potential benefits it has for anglers. So what I would like to do today is kind of go through a little bit of an exercise where I'd like to develop maybe some objectives that we can focus on Blue Ribbon for our outreach efforts. And then under those objectives, actually generate a list of strategies that can be employed to help achieve those objectives. And like I said earlier, we're going to utilize some members of our outreach section in this effort. I think first off, we'd like to pick their brains. These people are certainly experts when it comes to outreach. And they're going to be very aware of potential tools that are available for us and also can maybe help us as we discuss different strategies, maybe evaluate the effectiveness of each one. So we're able to maybe generate a good list of strategies that truly are going to be effective and are going to be things that we can implement. And also, I think there's some opportunities for us to explore ways to collaborate between Blue Ribbon and outreach. So I guess before I kind of move on to more of an activity, does anybody have any questions real fast? Okay. Okay, so hopefully everybody can see this. I think where I'd like to start is I'd like us to generate maybe a potential list of objectives that we would like to achieve with our outreach efforts within Blue Ribbon. So this is really kind of an open discussion for everyone. I've started off by creating 4 objectives. These could be 4 absolutely terrible objectives, so we could debate these objectives, but I thought they'd be maybe a good place to start. And then I don't know if we're actually going to take on every objective that we create. That might be more than we could bite off at one time. So I'd like us to maybe, as we come up with these objectives, we might then sort them out and decide which ones we're going to move forward with and ones we might wait until we maybe are successful at one objective before we move on to some of these other objectives. And then after that, we can get into actual strategies that we can employ to achieve each objective. So the 4 I just kind of came up with off the top of my head is, first off, maybe expose 25% of sporting good customers to the Blue Ribbon brand. Another one is provide the opportunity for every visitor to a Blue Ribbon fishery to actually be exposed to the brand. I guess what I was thinking there is see a sign or something like that, letting them know it's Blue Ribbon fishery. The next one I came up with is expose 500 people annually to the Blue Ribbon fisheries via in-person events. So I'm talking like our seminars, but I think there might be some other opportunities kind of under that. And the last one I came up with is expose every DNR or DWR social media user to the Blue Ribbon brand at least 4 times a year. So I don't know if those seem like reasonable objectives, but I thought I'd just throw them out. People are able to kind of critique them if you guys want, or give me suggestions for maybe additional objectives. And what we do is we could kind of just build a list coming from this, and then we could kind of sort that list later.
Hey, Randy, this is Rex.
Yeah, Rex.
One of the things I was wondering about, because we do have such a low percentage of people that are aware of Blue Ribbon Fisheries. First off, I like the goals that you've set forth here. I think working with them, we can certainly get more people aware of Blue Ribbon. I was just wondering how many people in DWR are aware of Blue Ribbon Fisheries, and is that promoted just from the folks we have in the field? Do any of our conservation officers, when they talk to somebody, go, "Did you know you're fishing a Blue Ribbon fishery?"
To be honest with you, Rex, I don't have an answer for that question. I think within the aquatics realm, so our fisheries biologists, of course, we all know what it is, but you start looking at other programs within the division, I really don't know, to be honest with you. I'm going to suspect that it's probably a minority there that actually are aware of Blue Ribbon Fisheries.
Well, that's because as I looked at, this was all gauged toward public. Maybe we just start with our own house. And, hey, folks, these are some of the things that are out there. I know I've never had anybody say, hey, from the division, and I get checked every year for my license, once on January 1st, one year. So, I always get checked, and I'm just wondering if that's a place where just make our own house aware that we have this. We're getting funding, and does that make sense?
I think that makes absolute sense, and I think that's a great idea. So I added that as an objective, Rex. It's number 5 right now, but we'll kind of go through and prioritize these. And I just put to ensure that all division employees are aware of the Blue Ribbon program.
Yes, Randy. The new Chicken Creek East ramp, boat ramp, and that they're going to put in up to Strawberry, that could have never happened if it wasn't for Blue Ribbon. Isn't there a way we can get a sign up that says this was brought to you by Blue Ribbon or something similar to that?
I think, it's something we could talk about as we get under the strategies. I think this maybe kind of falls under this where I kind of have number 2 here, provide the opportunity for every visitor to Blue Ribbon Fishery to be exposed to, I call it brand. And I guess some of my thoughts there as potential strategies as we kind of get into that discussion, Ken, would be things like put signs up saying, this project was funded using Blue Ribbon, that kind of thing.
One of the things that we could do on that, Randy, might be to get a little bit more media exposure. If there's something big deal, if we had a ribbon cutting or something up there for that, as long as there's motion and things taking place, and the guys on Channel 5 and on Channel 2, or they always seem to, if they can be involved and be part of, but it has to be something, not, hey, here's just a picture of a sign, but we could, if there was some sort of, there's got to be an activity going on in order for them to have something to film.
Yeah, so I added that to the bottom. We're going to get to some strategies later. Is anybody else see anything else from kind of an objective level? And then what we could do is we could start diving into some strategies and how to maybe implement these things.
I'd love to know what the outreach folks think of these objectives.
Hey, Randy.
Yeah.
I was wondering if I could speak a little bit to your social media bullet point there.
Yeah, absolutely.
Can we tweak that just a little bit to say, maybe come up with a number of anglers or a number of social media users that you're wanting to reach specifically instead of every DWR social media follower, just because of restrictions based on Facebook and Instagram algorithm. We would never be able to reach all 120,000 of our followers. But I think there's definitely potential to reach a lot, tens of thousands even, but not all of them.
Okay, I mean, you would understand this better than I would. So I mean, it's hard for me to come up with a number. If you're saying we have 120,000 followers, what might be reasonable would be to look at our license sales between hunting and fishing side of things, and then maybe target a goal of whatever the fishing proportion of that 120,000 is.
Right, and there's really,
but maybe that's a crazy number too. I don't know.
There's really not a great way for me to go into the Facebook analytics and see how many of them are wildlife watchers versus how many are anglers versus how many are hunters. And because that audience is so broad, there's people on there that just like to watch wildlife, and we post all different kinds of content. So we have a really diverse audience there. I could speculate and say that I think a whole bunch of them are anglers. Our most popular posts are always the big fish posts. And so I know there are a lot of anglers there. I just know that it's not all 120,000 followers. If you want, I can go digging a little bit more into the analytics and get a little bit more information about how many of those users are anglers, and then we can tweak that objective based on those numbers that I see, and then put down a specific number, maybe like reach 10,000 people via our Facebook page and 5,000 via our Instagram page 4 times a year or something. Like something along those lines would be totally achievable.
Yeah. So I'm totally on board with that, Crystal. So maybe what we could do is let's just put some placeholder text. We'll just put like, an X and a Y for numbers, and then we could put those numbers in later, but maybe help me kind of craft what you think the text should be, and we'll just leave the numbers blank for now.
Okay, absolutely. I'll start thinking on that, and I'll also go in and look at some of the analytics and some of the behavior from the most recent posts, and then we can come up with a goal number based on what I find there.
Okay, I'll just put for now.
Well, Randy, while you're talking on that, Crystal, you gave me a really good thought on that. If the big fish posts are one that people look at a lot, there's got to be some way we could base a contest off of that. So if you post a picture of a big fish and you're the most liked post for that month or that quarter or something, that you end up getting, a really cool pencil from the DWR that says DWR on. I don't know what that is. Yeah, I like that. She smiles great. Thank you.
I love that. Yeah, we don't have a lot of really great swag to give out, unfortunately.
But we do have a little bit of money in the blue ribbon that we could maybe, Randy, come up with something. I mean, it doesn't have to be something amazing. I mean, just something that's really unique, so that when you get that, you've won the post for the month, and they get a nice keychain that's got the blue ribbon logo on it. And I mean, it costs them nothing to get in, and they end up with something that's bragging rights, kind of like with our, hanging on my wall is still, I have the largest catch and release grayling in the state at one time. Well, that's hung on my wall for probably 20 years because it was so neat to get that from the state.
Yeah.
So I'm just wondering, tie in those numbers that maybe you could come up with something that would make people want to go, well, I want one of those. And as soon as their buddy wins one, then pretty soon you got far more people posting. And once they start posting, then we make the brand more aware.
And I think what you're hitting on, Rex, is this is that kind of that collaboration I was talking about between Outreach and Blue Ribbon, where, Outreach itself doesn't necessarily have any swag or any Blue Ribbon swag. We might be able to generate that swag if they could help us, carry out contests or other efforts where that we can maybe identify people who would receive it. We can talk more about that, but that's the kind of thing, we're kind of talking about.
Jackie's got her hand raised.
I'm switching topics a little bit, but Randy, kind of back to your objectives, and I don't know if this fits as an objective, but all of the Blue Ribbon seminars, obviously they're partnerships, they're done in partnerships, but all of the seminar videos are branded as Division of Wildlife videos on YouTube. And maybe that's appropriate, but if there was a way to brand them as Blue Ribbon Council videos on those seminars, then an objective could be, have X number of subscribers to that YouTube channel or poster, and increase the number of views of those videos, and or an objective could be to increase the number of views on those videos by X%. And I don't know the logistics of all of that and YouTube subscribers and stuff like that. It was just a thought.
Well, I thought it was a great thought, Jackie, so thank you.
Okay, so I just added an objective, and that would be, brand our fishing seminars as Blue Ribbon and have a target of, I don't know what the number would be. We can maybe look into this, but X number of subscribers after 1 year. And we might be able to even change that even more, X number after 1 year, and, Y number.
Well, taking Jackie's idea, maybe if there's someplace on the, on the front page of the DWR site, hey, if you can't get out right now, here's at least a list of all the old Blue Ribbon DWR fishery seminars, because we got a lot of folks that are out kokanee fishing right now, and we've had a couple of really good kokanee seminars. This might be a way, but I'm not sure that anybody just going to the DWR site to the homepage would immediately go, oh, there's a kokanee video out there. And maybe there's some way to highlight that, hey, right now this month, you might want to go look at the walleye seminar, when we've got March, or the walleye fishing's picking up at Willard. Clint was saying that they're getting some fish up there. Well, maybe that's one that we could put onto the front page of the DWR. So if you go there and go, hey, you're headed for Willard and walleye, here's 2 seminars that we've done on it. I think there's actually 3 on walleye.
So
maybe something like that. I don't know.
Just to clarify, for our outreach people who are unaware, the Blue Ribbon Council hosts these seminars, and they focus on doing it at the appropriate time of year where the information would be relevant to anglers. So I don't know what our thoughts are on reposting old material, but we could follow the timeline that's already established.
I think that's a great idea. And I'm going to follow up on what you were talking about, Rex. Since the last meeting I got with Bradley, who's our web guy, and on the Blue Ribbon page itself, he's gone ahead and added all of our seminars. So they should be far more accessible than they were a month ago if you go to the Blue Ribbon page. I think there's now a separate section, and it leads to a list of seminars.
Oh, that's wonderful. I hadn't looked at that yet, but I was just in addressing what you were thinking, Jackie. I'm just thinking right now, when we still have so many people that are stuck in their house and we've got all this social distancing, this is the ideal time to go, hey, folks, maybe you didn't see this walleye seminar, and this might be you might want to go out and, as long as you're cooking more and eating more, you can at least have something to watch where they're catching more.
Hey, Randy.
Yeah.
So, and I apologize for not knowing this. Does Blue Ribbon have its own logo or graphic?
We do, yeah.
Okay. Because I'm thinking just for the fact that DWR already has such a big audience, it might make more sense to keep posting those seminars and videos and things on the DWR channel than having to start from scratch and try and build up a following with a totally different channel. But maybe we just brand them more prominently. And I don't know, maybe the graphics are already on those videos with the DWR channel. But anyway, that was just a thought, is just maybe leveraging the DWR audience. Continuing to do that might be a good idea, just because it does take a long time to build up a following if you're creating an entirely new channel, but maybe just brand it more.
And that's maybe kind of along the lines I was thinking. I don't want to start over from scratch by any stretch of the imagination, but we've got a logo out there, and maybe utilizing that logo a little bit more just for brand recognition purposes could be very beneficial to Blue Ribbon.
Every video or every seminar or whatever that's put on, maybe just make sure that logo is included front and center and it's just highlighted more. Yeah, might help awareness.
I also noticed that there is a Blue Ribbon Fishery Council Facebook page. So another idea is just keeping that page super active. And then when there is new content that's posted to that page, you all, whoever runs that page, can send it to me, and there will be times that we can cross post that content to the DWR's Facebook page. And that's another way to just not only expose people to the organization, the Blue Ribbon brand, but also share more frequently some of those projects and some of the great work that's happening.
And I think that's something we could build up a little bit more. I think our Facebook page hasn't been terribly active. Some of that's struggles on our end of generating content, things like that. But that's what I think comes from this being a volunteer effort as well. But yeah, I totally agree with that. We probably should give you the opportunity to maybe, pull stuff up for us. So.
Hey Randy.
Yeah.
I've also noticed on the Blue Ribbon page, the web page, the logo is not there.
Yeah, I haven't noticed that, but you're probably right. I don't go to the Blue Ribbon page probably as much as I should. I'm going to take that as a note and see if we can maybe get that incorporated, almost immediately.
It's on Instagram, it's on Facebook, but it's not here. Yeah.
Okay.
I just had some thoughts. I think it's great. I'd totally love to make a sign for the branding for each of the water or the fisheries. I think that'd be, or the different waters. I think that'd be great to have like the branding be more visible and for people to be more aware of it. I did have a question of the first objective for sporting goods stores. I know that we post the flyers for the different seminars at different sporting goods stores. Did you guys have anything else that you guys were working on or were thinking about at the sporting goods stores?
I think, one thing we talked about, we had you design those stickers a little while back.
Yeah.
And I think that was specifically targeted Sportsman's Warehouse, where they slap pictures up on a bulletin board, some of the bigger fish, with the idea if it was from a Blue Ribbon fishery, putting a sticker on there advertising it. I think we've talked about some things like brochures and things like that also being available, kind of the fishing counter of various stores. We haven't gone too far, I think, along diving that route, but I think one of our thoughts is there's not that many sporting goods stores out there in the grand scheme of things. It'd be fairly easy for us to canvas them with some kind of material to get the Blue Ribbon out there.
Nice.
Aubree, this Rex, I was just wondering, I wonder if we could just do a one-page, kind of like the flyers that you've done that we passed out in the past, just had a one-page flyer that we could go to the sporting goods store that go, here's the blue, we've already got a page that says, here's the Blue Ribbon Fisheries. Just put it as a flyer and get it out to the, I'm sure the Cabela's, and we have a lot of folks out there that they may not know, and for printing up, 400 or 500 flyers, get them into the Walmarts and into the, Target doesn't have any, but it's certainly Sportsman's and all the different Sportsman's and the Cabela's that we have, and, Fish Tech and a few, Fly Fish Food, because they would affect them, and it wouldn't take much for each of us to reach out.
Yeah, and you're thinking more of like a general what Blue Ribbons is, or like where they're at?
A map, just like we've got them highlighted on the map that we've got on our website.
Okay.
Just do a nice map that says, hey folks, here's all the Blue Ribbon fisheries, and maybe start getting folks go, well, I haven't fished that one, I haven't fished that one, and get them moving out a little bit further. And that wouldn't be terribly expensive to do a map like that, would it? Where we already have it.
I think it'd be great. I think it'd be really helpful and useful for people, for sure.
I think before we move forward, we're starting to get into some of the strategies. What I think we should do is potentially look at these objectives right here, and then maybe pick just a subset of these objectives to focus on. I'm just talking right now. I'm not saying the other ones aren't ones we're not going to do later, but maybe, for 6 months or so, we can focus on maybe 3 of these objectives pretty hard, develop some strategies under them, and then maybe in 6 months we could come back and look at some of the other ones we kind of had success with the first 3 or so that we pick. So I'm open to any input people might have on maybe ones that we should target, kind of first off.
Randy, before you move on, I've been disconnected a couple of times, but I'm back, I think. I think the objectives are excellent. But while my computer was restarting, I went and grabbed the proclamation for 2020. And I'm kind of surprised Blue Ribbon is not mentioned at all in the proclamation. So I think an objective should also be to take advantage of the proclamation as a way of making the public aware of the Blue Ribbon program and what it's doing for them, and then potentially direct them to specific waters. So it was a bit of a shock to note that Blue Ribbon is not mentioned at all in the proclamation.
And I think we could do a better job on that, Rex. I will tell you one thing with the proclamations, we've got some page limit issues, and we're already kind of right at the edge of it. So we have to be a little careful there. So it may limit what we can put in, but I think there's probably some opportunities to put something in, and we just haven't pushed it hard enough in the past.
Andy, that might be a place, and Aubree, that might be a place where that one page, here are all the Blue Ribbon fisheries, just a page of Blue Ribbon fisheries. If nothing else, it'd make them go, what are Blue Ribbon fisheries? And then, go to the website or something. That might, rather than just pass them out at sporting goods store, because the sporting goods stores are going to have the proclamation anyhow.
I can keep that in mind, but like Randy said, we have like a page constraint, and we're limited a lot, but I can totally keep that in mind for this year. We're going to go into the new guidebook here in the next few months, and I'll totally bring it up to the PRC council to look at Blue Ribbon for sure.
And I think one thing
drop one of the deer hunting pages, Aubree. They're not important. Nobody cares.
What I can tell you is every guidebook between Greg Walker, so the warm water sport fish coordinator, and myself, we have, I don't know, 3 or 4 pages, something like that, in the guidebook we're able to dedicate to talking about very specific topics. And you see kind of a rotation of articles that come in and out with each proclamation that kind of take advantage of those 3 or 4 pages we have. And, it's probably time for us to maybe make a really nice Blue Ribbon page. It's just a thought. So I think there's an opportunity there, but like I said, there's not unlimited pages for us to work with either.
Yeah, one way too to get away from that is to just put even like a little logo or a little asterisk or something next to the waters, kind of like a menu. This one's spicy, this one's whatever, and that wouldn't take up any extra pages to do something like that.
I like that idea.
Yeah, I think that would look pretty cool actually in the guidebook, as he flipped through it, particularly special regulation waters. If we could just put just a little logo.
I like it.
I'll put that down here.
Another idea that kind of ties into what you're talking about as far as the guidebook and a way to bring that back to social media awareness. Often we do contests for, what anglers like even more than having like a certificate on their wall is their picture to be shared publicly and prominently displayed with their big fish. And so sometimes we will have social media contests where we ask people to drop in their best duck hunting photo from 2019, and then they get to be featured in the guidebook. So an idea is we could do a similar contest on our Facebook page and ask people who have fished Blue Ribbon waters to post their best Blue Ribbon fish photo, and the winner gets to be featured either on the cover of the guidebook, depending on what Aubree has planned for that particular guidebook cover, or a page within the fishing guidebook if there's room for it.
Yeah, I think that's a great idea.
Yeah, I'd totally be willing to do that for sure.
Okay, so we keep kind of spitballing all these. Again, I think we should circle around. Let's maybe pick on a couple objectives, and we could dive further into these objectives and come up with specific strategies just like that. So I think unless anybody objects, I'm going to start off. I'm going to put kind of under this active objectives. So these are the ones that we're going to pursue right now. I'm going to put this proclamation stuff on here as one, just with the idea this is fairly low hanging fruit. This is something that can be handled internally within the division. So I'm going to add under that the idea of maybe having a tiny blue ribbon logo next to the blue ribbon waters and the guidebook to draw attention to those waters. And then having some kind of picture contest in Facebook, as Crystal just talked about. That I guess probably would be something would be the next guidebook, not the 2021, but the 2022 guidebook. Give us a year to generate some pictures and have that contest. But I think it's something to move forward with, and that's something that's entirely really internal within the division, I think, and it's pretty low hanging fruit. So I think that's a good objective to start with. Can anybody else think from kind of a proclamation level, anything we could do? I'm going to put something like that. Have a one-page article on the map of Blue Ribbon in an upcoming guidebook as well.
Is there?
Oh, sorry.
I should say, is there a place where you can just reference the Instagram and Facebook? You know, I mean, I don't know exactly how this is done, but when you go anywhere, there's little logos, you know, and you can. I mean, I'm not sure how that actually works, or
Yeah, I think we could probably look at something like that within this one-page article, see if we could get some links in there and refer people directly to Facebook, Instagram, and where they could get more information on Blue Ribbon.
I'd like to, since we're looking at that for 2022, in the meantime, could we go back to your first objective where the 25%, could we get maps printed up that could go out right now and see if we can't reach that 25% of the very first objective you had there, Randy? Could we do that without, it's not really expensive to do those, and reach out to the customers that we have now?
I'm trying to look the map up on the site. I don't want to commit to like something right now, but maybe in the next few months, we could work on getting something out for sure.
Oh yeah, no rush, Aubree. Tuesday, Wednesday next week would be fine.
Yeah, I think that's fine, Aubree. And you know, if you need help with that, we can help. I think, you know, Todd Volkening's pretty good at making maps. We've relied on him a lot for stuff, and you probably your own people. To kind of go back to the proclamation thing, I will say that, you know, we'll have a new proclamation here in 2021. And I think some of this stuff is stuff we can definitely do. I think A and C are very doable in the next proclamation. I think that picture contest, just given that the year is already half over and we have to have probably our guidebook kind of ready to go. I don't know what it is, Aubree, probably in the next 3 months or so. We probably don't have enough time to do that one, but that is a goal for maybe 2022. But the other one's going to happen faster.
But couldn't we, I thought that maybe we could, I thought Crystal said maybe we could just do something. Hey, what's your best picture for our Blue Ribbon on for 2019, and just post it on the Facebook page, because that could be done relatively quickly, can it, Crystal? I'm not a computer.
So I literally could post it today, and by the end of the day, you would probably have 100 to 200 pictures to choose from.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, just the way we've done it in the past, people are very excited to share their hunting and fishing photos. So if we just made a call for share your best Blue Ribbon fishing photo, and we didn't even put a time constraint on it, it doesn't really matter if it's from 2019 or from 2015. Like, if it's a good picture of a good fish and it's the right composition and stuff for the guidebook cover, and we give some parameters, people jump all over that opportunity, and those posts are usually very highly engaged.
The guidebook isn't going to print until November, so even if we did like a teaser, like get ready to submit those photos, so there's even more time or more like excitement about submitting photos, we do have a bit of time before the guidebook goes to print. So yeah, we could get some excitement.
Okay. Yeah. Well, thanks for all your input on that. I mean, I think all three of those are things we can do for the next guidebook in that case.
And all very, specific, these are things that we could specifically do fairly quickly. Crystal, I had no idea that people looked on that. It's just not something, but if they do, wow, that's just a neat way to get Blue Ribbon out there. And it wouldn't matter what year it was, as long as they said, caught on strawberry. That's it, because nobody wants to give away their secret location, but caught on the Provo River, caught on strawberry, caught on, wherever. That'd be wonderful, because that'd get to a lot of people really quick and get the buzz out there. As soon as somebody's picture gets on, basically in sales, which I was in all my life, you can get 10 to 14 people talking about that one single event. Well, if they get theirs in, boy, that snowballs really quickly.
Yeah, and when it comes to big fish, like I said, like that is the most popular kind of post that that happens on the DWR social media pages. So if someone gave me like a good photo to use for the actual post, and then we linked to Blue Ribbon Fisheries in the caption and discussed a little bit about what a blue ribbon fishery is, and then linked to like a list of water bodies where people can see what they are, and then let them know you have an opportunity to be on the next guidebook cover, drop your photo in the comments, then I guarantee hundreds of people will participate, and probably thousands, maybe tens of thousands of people will actually see the post. So it's a good opportunity to reach a lot of people. Yeah. Those posts.
Last night, my wife showed me a picture on Facebook of a young man, 10 years old, who released a 41-pound Mackinac from Flaming Gorge in the last couple of days. And it showed up on her Facebook stuff, not even a DWR site.
Yeah, that was a DWR post. It went viral.
That was an amazing fish.
Yeah, it was a fun one to share. They actually sent that to me in a private message, and as soon as I published it, it went totally nationwide viral.
I received it by text. Hey, Randy, this is Bert. Down on the list, one of the things we could tie into this active objective number 2, we've been talking about maps, which is good, but also we had talked about previously hatch charts for cold water, and also temperature, for lack of a better word, temperature preference charts, or good times to fish flat water. For those of you that don't know, these are useful for beginning anglers to figure out what's the best fly to use on running water, what's the best time of the year to fish for different species in flat water. So those could easily be, it would take a little more work to create the graphics for that, but there are lots of examples that are out there, and they easily could be used for branding Blue Ribbon. And then the other comment I had regarding the photo contest is we're going to have to make sure people know what the Blue Ribbons are today, so that they're not submitting pictures from non-Blue Ribbon waters.
Yeah, we can either include a list on the actual post, or we can link them to a web page that has a current list.
Yeah, and we could probably filter if we think there's a winner in the end, just make sure it was caught with a blue ribbon fishery as well.
Randy, this isn't specific to sporting goods stores, but kind of just along that same idea. You might want to, I know that on the DWR website, when people go to the fish planner map to like find a place to fish, we could maybe consider, I know that when you look for a specific water body, it's listed, at the very bottom, if it is a blue ribbon fishery, really small, but we could maybe make that one of the categories to search by.
And that actually already is a category you can search by. And then also from the Blue Ribbon webpage, when you go through that webpage, you're actually brought directly to a pre-filtered down version of the fish planner. It only shows the Blue Ribbon waters.
Okay. So does it include, I'm saying like make it one of the tabs, like make it more prominent. Do you know what I mean? Because so right now it's just like near me, by rating, by species, by amenities, whatever. And if we make that a tab, I don't know, just to kind of add more of that prominence to, you know, because like as somebody, I even work at DWR and like I don't really know necessarily how to find everything about blue ribbon fisheries and all the places. And I don't know that every angler is going to know to search for a blue ribbon page on the website, but if like most of them, I would guess, use that map. So just making it more visible on that map instead of making them go to a separate page might be useful.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. So what I've done is, I wouldn't even call this an objective. These are more notes to myself, but getting the Blue Ribbon logo directly on the Blue Ribbon page, and then seeing if we could find a way to make that tab a little more prominent on the fish planners. People can quickly identify Blue Ribbon waters and also maybe identify a little with the brand in the process.
Right. And under that, kind of in that same vein, we could also make sure in the fishing reports that are emailed out weekly to our email subscribers, make sure each water body is called out as a blue ribbon fishery, whether that's putting the little logo by it again, or just saying this is a blue ribbon fishery. Because I don't think we do that in the fishing reports, and those go to thousands of people weekly. So that would be a very easy way. These are just, I don't know, I was just thinking of simple things we're already doing that we could just make it easier for people to recognize those waters.
No, and I think these are great ideas. Yeah, I added that one as well.
Oh, I think having that like on the menu, Faith, that'd be just absolutely wonderful.
Right.
So
just make it more prominent.
Instead of Szechuan, it's blue ribbon.
Okay, so under this, the second one here, expose 25% of sporting goods store customers to the Blue Ribbon brand. We've got this kind of map poster idea, maybe down the road developing hatch charts, temperature preference charts. Is there anything else under this one that people could think of? We always come back to, people have additional ideas. Brand, we got a map poster idea. Sorry, what's that again? Okay, so here we could come back if people have other ideas. Is there maybe one more objective that we want to add to this list as being ones we'll work on right now, and then maybe we'll kind of leave the others? We could flush those out a little bit more down the road.
Hey, Randy.
Yeah.
Can you tell me who runs the Blue Ribbon Facebook page?
Yeah, it's Meg Birdsey. I could get her contact information for you.
Do you guys also have an Instagram account?
That I'm not sure.
Okay, I would recommend hopping on Instagram just because there's a huge angling community there on Instagram.
Okay.
Hey, Randy, so, I mean, I don't want to jump too far ahead here on the social media, but I have a daughter that's a graphic artist, but she's extremely dialed into the social media stuff. So I asked her lots of questions and showed her what was out there on Instagram and on Facebook. And she said, well, you really don't have a following at all because there's only 1, 2 to 5 likes on most of the posts on that. But there are 2 Instagram places for blue ribbon. One's Utah's with an S blue ribbon fishery, and the other is Utah blue ribbon fishery.
Yeah, and so, I think we've got a problem there. I think one's an old social media account that nobody could find the password for. It's from an old member or something. So somebody came up with a new one. Honestly, I think probably looking at the past with us with kind of Facebook accounts, we've never probably been active enough to have any kind of impact in the social media world. So, I think, going forward within Blue Ribbon, we probably need to have some discussions. If we're going to do this, we need to probably post enough to make it relevant and how we can get there.
Well, my daughter with, she said Instagram is the way to go for sure. I mean, Facebook gets a lot of looks and stuff, but Instagram is going to get you a lot of exposure. And I don't pretend to understand all the hashtag world and everything else, but there's a lot of people taking photos, as Crystal said, and posting them. And, if they would hashtag that with some, blue ribbon fishery or Utah's blue ribbon fishery or whatever it is, people are going to select those hashtags and go look at these different photos and so forth. It's apparently quite a big deal.
You are right. I'm happy to help. I'm happy to help you guys build on the audience that's already there via DWR cross posting, and even just I can talk to your people. We can do social media training. I love doing it. It's what I do, and it's really fun for me. So I'm happy to help however I can there.
Thank you, Crystal. I think probably what we should do is maybe next Blue Ribbon meeting, next time we get Meg on, maybe we can talk about this a little bit more and see kind of where we want to go forward. But I think maybe doing some training and getting ourselves, more savvy in that realm would probably be a good thing down the road. But I think we're not prepared to maybe make a commitment or any decision on that today, just because we don't have Meg here, and it's probably a whole discussion of its own we need to have. Okay, so I think Bert has us going till 2 on this conversation. We've got really like 7 minutes or so. Is there maybe one more objective that sticks out to people that we can maybe grab, throw some strategies under it, and maybe leave it at that for today? And I think regardless, we're going to end the day with, I think, a pretty good list and a pretty actionable list moving forward.
Well, the low-hanging fruit, Randy, is number 5, to make sure division employees are aware of Blue Ribbon. So that seems doable.
So why don't we not even discuss that? I'll put some thought into that. That's probably going to come from me more internally, and we can go from there. It might be things like inviting high-profile people to some of our meetings, for example, to the director's office people. But I'll put some thought into that. But yeah, I totally agree. That is low-hanging fruit, and that's something we absolutely need to do a better job of. So,
hey, Randy.
Yeah.
Our region down here, we do a monthly brown bag seminar, and so it's an opportunity for me. I can present all of our blue ribbon waters to our region. Maybe just have all the other regions look into something like that. Have their blue ribbon biologists just discuss during a brown bag luncheon or something, and do it internally that way too.
Yeah, I think those are all good opportunities. I think a lot of it for the biologists on there are going to be, taking advantage of these kind of opportunities, making sure that, within your regions, you guys are taking advantage of every opportunity you have to promote Blue Ribbon. Okay, I'm going to throw one out as just maybe a last one to pick, and that's maybe this idea of providing the opportunity for every visitor to a Blue Ribbon fishery to be exposed to the brand. This kind of, I think, gets under that idea of having signs, for example, at our waters, letting people know that it's a Blue Ribbon fishery. Or we've talked about the idea of maybe having signs tied to projects, say like a pier goes up, for example, it's been paid for with Blue Ribbon dollars, saying something like, this project was partially paid for using Blue Ribbon dollars, something along those lines.
Yeah, like I said, I'd be happy to help with that for sure.
Yeah.
And there is a deep history of having signage on Blue Ribbon waters, not just associated with projects, but announcing that this, for example, the Lower Provo River is a Blue Ribbon fishery. But certainly signs have been made. I know most of our biologists, when there are projects with Blue Ribbon dollars, are pretty conscientious about this and have sought the logo. For instance, the new pier out at Starvation has one, and there are many other examples. So I think that's reasonable. We've got the logo, and we've done it before. Why not do more in this regard?
Yeah, no, I totally agree.
I know we have a lot of, dated signs that, I guess they're not super dated because they have the new division logo, but I've still seen some old division logo signs out there that are regulation signs, and the top of them say Blue Ribbon Fishery. I don't know what our ability is to pair the branding on like a regulation sign, because we definitely want a regulation sign to be branded as division, but could there be a blue ribbon header with the blue ribbon brand on a regulation sign?
Yeah, and I don't know where we want to go with that. I think that's probably an internal discussion on how we would brand, say, a regulation sign. But, you know, maybe it's not even a regulation sign. Maybe it's just a, you know, sometimes you see those little, just, I don't know how big they are, but, you know, tiny signs that are posted on a signpost that just says not a lot of stuff. But, you know, maybe something like that could say, you know, this is a blue ribbon fishery with a logo on it, something like that.
Well, Randy, I wondered if someplace we could do something where we've got our maps that show blue ribbon fisheries, but just a simple piece of paper that said, how many of these blue ribbon fisheries have you fished? And then just list them, and then, you know, put it so you can sign it and date it or something. And so get people to think more, oh, I haven't tried that one. I haven't tried that one. Seems like that would help expose the brand.
Blue ribbon bingo. Like a bingo card with the blue ribbon.
Yeah. Oh yeah, yeah. That'd be kind of fun, Crystal. Thank you.
We did a hunting bingo and an angling bingo on Instagram, like during the quarantine when everybody was bored and stuck at home, and it was wildly popular. So I have a bingo template if you decide you want to go that route. It's really fun.
I think we could think about that. Or I was even thinking like the cutthroat slam, something along those realms where, you know, if you fish, I don't know, so you catch a fish out of, say, 10 blue ribbon fisheries, maybe there's a swag prize or something associated with it.
Oh yeah, just like the cutthroat. That'd be great. So,
yeah.
As long as 2 of them are in each region, so we can get people down to the south.
And you're laughing, Bert, but I mean, I think seriously, you know, maybe we would put some stipulation like that. You know,
I'm serious. Yeah.
Yep. Well, are more points if you get down. If you're anywhere outside of a 50-mile radius of Salt Lake, or a 75-mile radius, so you have to go a little bit further to get to that blue ribbon. That's where you pull all the bingo things from, or the prize from.
Yeah, no, I think something like that would be good. Okay, I think those are all good ideas. I could clean this up and we can maybe talk about this a little bit more at the next meeting. And I probably need to get with the 3 of you from Outreach and maybe talk about a couple of these things a little bit more. But I think that gives us a good list, and I think that gives us some good direction to go. I think maybe in the past we had a lot of good ideas, but I think it's good to maybe assign them to a specific objective. That really helps maybe focus our efforts a little bit, and helps us move forward. So does anybody else have anything else before we kind of wrap up this discussion and move on in the meeting?
Randy, if you have a specific time that you're going to do that, and meet with them, I would be very much like to be involved since I'm the chair on the outreach.
I think that's a great idea, Rex. I'm just putting a note down right now.
Just, you know, whenever it is, I'll do my best to come up to Salt Lake and be there if you don't mind.
No, that sounds good to me. So yeah, I'll keep you posted whenever we set something up.
Oh, and real quick, I don't know where which of the objectives necessarily would fit under, but another strategy, I'd be happy to do a podcast episode about just kind of highlighting the blue ribbon program in general.
Okay, I'll write that down. I've kind of closed things up, but I'll just take a note here.
Okay. And I could do that as early as next month because I do need a topic. So.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, I'd be happy to do it or help you kind of organize this if you want to do this next week.
No pressure, Randy, but I'm in Salt Lake tomorrow.
A little sooner than I'll be ready. So.
Okay.
Okay. Well, I think that gets us good information. I think that gets us some good direction moving forward. So I want to thank Faith, Crystal, and Aubree for participating today. I think from here, Bert, I'll turn it over back to you. We can move on to other blue ribbon things. For the 3 of you, Faith, Crystal, and Aubree, you're welcome to stay on if you want, but it's going to be kind of businessy stuff from blue ribbon. So it's your choice.
And I would also like to say thank you for attending Faith, Crystal, and Aubree today. This has been really helpful. I think we've made more progress today than the last couple of years. So we got plans, and I look forward to seeing these come into fruition. So thank you.
Thank you for having us.
Yeah,
thank you.
Thanks a bunch.
Thanks. Bye.
See you later.
Great. All right, that was great. Thank you for setting that up, Randy, and thank you for taking notes. And yeah, feel free to send those around when we can consider these further. I think lots of good ideas. We definitely need a social media guru in our own ranks. I haven't talked to Meg in a while. The last time I did, she was concerned about her schedule and whether she would be able to continue to serve. We thought that would work out because we made Meg a warm water representative instead of a commercial entity representative with her change to education from Sportsman's Warehouse. At any rate, there's an area there. If anybody wants to get deeply involved in social media, this is your chance. But Instagram's a great idea for sure. I'm seeing so much. I don't have an account, but I know others that do, and that's where lots of fish pictures are being posted these days. So, okay, the next item on the agenda, I just basically have an update. It's not a complete update because I couldn't get in touch with everybody, but as you recall at our last meeting, I mentioned the UDOT plan to extend the Provo River Parkway. We talked about that briefly. And from my perspective, I believe that UDOT has funds and hopes to move forward with this. But the other part of this issue was what was happening on the lower Provo River. And there was significant work being done, earthworks with a track hoe. Some of that to assist the Heber Valley Historic Railroad and others, a private landowner clearing their own property of trees all the way to the water's edge. And of course, I mentioned this was brought to the attention of not only the Central Region biologists, but also UDOT, and others have been involved since. So Randy was kind enough to follow up with the Attorney General's Office representative for the Division of Wildlife Resources, Greg Hansen. And Greg mentioned that unless there's a fish kill, this really isn't a wildlife issue, a DWR issue, but he was able to put us in touch with the Division of Water Quality. And Greg was able to determine that the Division of Water Quality had issued a notice of violation somewhere around May 23rd regarding stream alteration and sediment release. So I followed up with someone by the name of Chuck Williamson. Chuck is the stream alteration specialist, and he works in the Division of Water Rights and Permitting. He didn't know much about the actual violation and wasn't entirely sure. And I have another email out to another member of the AG's office. So he didn't have much to say about the notice of violation, but what he did report to me, and this was in a phone call, I think yesterday or the day before, is that his office has been in contact with Heber Valley Historic Railroad. And a lot of this work was being done along the railroad grade to drain water that was being retained on the uphill side of the railroad tracks. And Heber Valley Historic Railroad has accepted responsibility for doing some of this work without a permit. And they are committed to working together with the Division of Water Rights and Permitting Stream Alteration Section on restoration mitigation with respect to the issues regarding the work that was done to reset the tracks. I mentioned, in talking with Chuck, he mentioned that other parties have been involved. He knew, for example, UDOT had been involved. He knew that the Army Corps of Engineers had begun looking into things. But, you know, these other issues pertain to what was being done. We saw the pictures last time, what was being done by the landowner to the water's edge. But at any rate, there are, you know, certainly the landowner was made aware, the railroad was made aware that there were problems with respect to what they were doing and how they were proceeding with this earthworks and resetting the tracks on the lower Provo. So I did reach out to, as I mentioned, another attorney that works for the Attorney General's office. Meg Oswald is her name, and I believe she is in, what's her division? I've got a response for her. At any rate, I believe it's water quality or water rights. I'm not certain which of those. But I wrote her an email. It was Monday of this week. I wanted to get an update on the notice of violation, what had happened, what was being done, and specifically to revegetate the banks there, since there's some concern of significant sediment loading. And she's out of the office this week, so I don't have any further update from her. But I expect to hear back from her at some point. So again, as I understand it, UDOT hopes to move forward. They're asking for public comment. As I see it, if they were able to proceed in connecting this gap, this 3-mile gap in the Provo River Parkway from Vivian Park all the way up to the road above Hoover Hole, which would then connect on up above the Deer Creek Dam, I think that would be good for anglers because it would provide an easy way to walk into some of those sections where you are basically forced to walk on the track itself. The other part of this is, I mentioned last time, there are plans to put in a whole new bridge to replace the existing trestle, because they would need to widen that bridge to make room for this multi-use path going alongside the tracks from essentially, well, pretty much the entire 3-mile gap. Because there is no, in the lower canyon, the trail actually is the old railroad grade. And of course, the rails are still in place in the upper canyon from Vivian Park up. So were there any questions about this, or any concerns, or any additional information? Any further thoughts on Blue Ribbon's involvement with respect to expressing concern about the impacts upon the lower Provo, or support for the UDOT project to extend the parkway? Okay, no comment.
I think, didn't you say we need to do that individually? And that's how I reached out to them. Not necessarily as a council, but as council members, we had that right to do that, right? To reach out.
Yeah, you certainly have that right.
Yeah, and I guess we hadn't, I don't know, Randy, correct me if I'm wrong. I wasn't certain if we had completely ruled out the possibility of Blue Ribbon doing something about this to support the project. But I recognize that, you know, this is a concern. So any further thoughts on that?
Yeah, I don't really have any further thoughts on it. I think with it being a concern of the council, though, I think, you know, there's a good opportunity to put some pressure on our director's office on this issue. So I'd be very open, you know, if the council wants to write a letter or something like that, that we could send to our director, you know, just kind of stating our concerns, and then let him from there put any pressure he needs to on kind of, you know, his appropriate counterparts in other agencies to get some action on this. I think that would be an appropriate action for Blue Ribbon.
Okay. I can certainly draft something and send it around, see what people think. I mean, there's multiple issues. The one that I was really trying to focus on was the Parkway plan itself, and completing that, filling that gap, as has been intended for a long, long time. And basically Blue Ribbon feeling like it, you know, it would be nice to see that completed. All right. Any further comments?
Well, if we're allowed to reach out to the director, I'm all for us reaching out to the director and going, hey, it's a Blue Ribbon group. And I would propose it as a proposal that that we reach out to him and go, we feel like this is something that would be beneficial on an already existing Blue Ribbon fishery for this to be completed, and that we're completely for it. You know, not you need to do something, but we are for it. I think this is a wonderful thing to take place in there for fishery access.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I think a letter is probably one way to go, and maybe I can work with Randy a little bit more and we can put something on paper and send it around to the council and make sure everybody's comfortable with it as a council.
Yeah, I think absolutely, Bert. And then we can see where it goes from there. From once it goes to the director's office, there might even be opportunities for us as Blue Ribbon to sit down with the directors and talk as well, let them know our concerns in person. So I think that's kind of the avenue to go to the top of the DWR and let them kind of work from there. There, man.
I don't know if Jackie's still on the call. Yeah, it looks like she is. Maybe we can also let her, she can let Mike and Chris know we were talking about this today, since they've been concerned and involved. Okay, that's enough of that. Moving on to candidate waters. I distributed a table, an updated table, and Randy, can you pull that up and display that? The main thing I wanted to do is remind everyone of what the waters are we need to visit, and I kind of wanted to get a feel for where are we with respect to visitation. Obviously, it's been a crazy time, but I've been able to get out and get a couple of visits in. We're also getting through high water season right now. So, you know, running waters, it's a bit of a challenge at this point. If you can't pull it up, that's no big deal, Randy. So it sounded like Little Dell. Go ahead.
I was gonna say I could try. I need to track it down real fast and then I'll try to get it up.
Okay, so the update on Little Dell. Jackie, did you want to say basically what you had written to me in an email form?
Sure. So right after we broke for lunch, I got a response back from Crockett, which was basically we still do not have a finalized management plan. So he's thinking that it might be best to remove Little Dell from the candidate or potential candidate water list until we have that finalized management plan. But we do want to encourage Blue Ribbon Council members to check out Little Dell Reservoir if you get an opportunity, because we will be putting it back on that candidate list in the future.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was going to say two things. First off, Bert, I can show the candidate water list here in a second, but I'm going to kind of back up kind of what Jackie said a little bit coming out of Little Dell and Central Region. I've been involved a little bit in those discussions. Salt Lake's been very slow. I think the big part of this is Salt Lake is currently going through some kind of recreational planning effort of their own within the county, or maybe it's the city, whoever owns it. I forgot if it's the city or the county, but whichever one of them is doing their own recreation planning efforts ongoing right now. I think they're just starting these efforts, but they want to integrate what goes on in Little Dell and what we're talking about from the fisheries end with their efforts themselves. And I think that's part of the delay is they want to get the two to mash together. Unfortunately, that kind of puts us in a boat where if we're going to wait out Salt Lake to get done with their efforts, it might be a year or something like that so they can get their planning efforts done.
Okay, I believe it is Salt Lake City because it is the part of the water supply for the city, and the city is the entity that is concerned and that must, you know, basically agree to whatever it is that we decide to do. But certainly we can keep it on the list for 2021. The one comment I will add, and I've never actually experienced this, but apparently there's a cicada hatch on Little Dell. I think it might have already happened, not certain, but it happens pretty much every spring. And it's a time when some of the bigger cuts that are in there come up and take dry flies that look like cicadas that hatch out locally. So you've all heard of the Green River cicada hatch probably, but maybe not the Little Bell cicada hatch. Middle Provo reevaluation. I was curious, I've been there, I think it was March 15th. How many other people have fished the Middle Provo recently in the last, let's say, 2020 or 2019?
Bert, I fished it in both 20 and 2019.
Okay. Anybody else? George? Don't know if George is still on. Okay. Well, it is close by and we were to reevaluate. This is probably going to be one of those waters where we do a thumb up, thumb down. Of course, we heard the electrofishing survey results recently, but I'd encourage people, I believe the water levels are coming down now. I think it's probably fishable again. It wasn't for a few weeks. So moving on, Northeastern region, as Natalie pointed out, Red Fleet is not on the list, as you can see there, for this year, but will be in 2021. And remember, you have to have visited the water within 2 years of scoring. So if you go this year, you could certainly score in 2021. So Red Fleet's an option perhaps for a trip either right now or perhaps in the fall. Northern region, we heard a little bit from Clint regarding Lost Creek Reservoir. And I am curious to know whether things will change and whether Lost Creek maybe gets better in the fall. I don't know. Right now, as Clint mentioned, seems like the big fish are pretty deep, 20, 25 feet. So it's hard to get to them, except perhaps at dusk. Has anyone else been to Lost Creek in 2019 or 2020?
I fish a Lost Creek a lot, but mostly it's in the winter through the ice, and we actually do really well in the winter. I have been up there. When was the last time I was up there? It was early, just as the ice was coming off, and it actually fished pretty well then. Clint is right. During the summer, it is a little bit more difficult to get to the fish because they do go deep, and all the fish finder and everything indicate that, and it does taper off a little bit. I haven't fished it in the fall though, so I need to do that. I'm usually out hunting or something.
I don't know what happens to water levels in the fall there, but it might improve. Fishing might pick up. I do recall being there at dusk and seeing a whole bunch of risers where I had limited luck catching fish during the daytime. So that's probably a good tip. If you do go, plan on staying late. Okay, southeastern region. Landing number 4, Cal was going to get us a little bit more information on that. We're probably looking at the fall again. Hopefully things will be a little more normal in the fall. And just as a reminder, recapture is close by Blanding number 4, and recapture has northern pike in it. And Blanding, as we've seen, has some pretty amazing tiger trout, as well as largemouth bass, bluegill, sunfish, rainbow trout. Schofield on the docket for 2021. So that's another important reservoir. And I had forgotten to include rainbow trout, but of course, one of the objectives of the management plan was to restore Schofield to a rainbow trout fishery, a family fishery with rainbow trout. So that I'll make that change in this. Has anybody managed to get to Blanding number 4 or Schofield recently? Doesn't sound like it. Okay. And then southern region, as we heard from Nick, Kolob will probably improve throughout the year. I also made some amendments to target species here. Collab also contains brook trout and tiger trout, in addition to cutthroat and rainbows. And as Nick pointed out, probably best to hit it this fall after they've had a chance to grow throughout the summer. And then Navajo, as we heard, probably not going to be considered given the collapse of the splake fishery there. Any comments, questions, concerns, or thoughts about this list?
Bert, I think we need to take Navajo off the list for at least 2 years.
Yeah.
The nets this year, I mean, there were 0 trout, not just splake. There were no trout. There were 64, I think, chubs in the nets total. There were no rainbows. There were no splake, nothing, no game fish at all. That's why I suggested we, put tiger muskies in there and at least do something to help the chub population decrease.
Yeah.
But I don't see any way after going down there that we have, at least for the next 2 years, any kind of possibility.
That's right. I'd forgotten you helped pull nets, didn't you?
I was down there. I got there just as they finished, and there were 0 game fish in the nets. 0. We had the same amount of game fish in there in the nets at Navajo as I've got in my tub right now.
Okay. Looks like Nick had something to say.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely shouldn't be a candidate water for a blue ribbon fishery right now. I am curious, in the past, the council's kind of kept a second list of potential blue ribbon waters, kind of formally had a list of waters that were potential. Is there a list currently of potential waters? Or because that's where I think Navajo belongs, is on that potential list, so that it's not advertised to the public or anything, but it's a way for biologists, when they have a water that they think's on the edge, to score a little higher and potentially get some funding to help push a fishery to blue ribbon status. So I guess that's my question: is there a formal potential list or not?
I would say no, but that's something we can start. There's always been, an awareness that this water body would benefit from blue ribbon fishing, because with a little bit of help, it could easily either be restored or be, brought to blue ribbon status. So there's no formal list. In including these visits for 2021, I'm mainly trying to do that to encourage folks to get down there, so that we're not finding ourselves with, only 3 people who've managed to visit, and it's the fall and we're going to score it, before the end of the year. So, but maybe I think that might be a good idea. Randy, any thoughts on that?
I was going to throw a suggestion in here, and I think you kind of know this, Bert, to some extent, but when I took my position, I think you go back to when Craig Walker was in my position, took really good notes, and then we had a few years where there weren't so good of notes, and I've had to really kind of piece a lot of things together, particularly water body lists, and that's been a real pain in the butt for me. So I think I've got a complete list of what is a blue ribbon fishery, and then everything else is sort of a mess. And there might be some opportunity for me to spend some time on the notes to kind of compile that potential list again, or at the very least at a blue ribbon meeting, making sure we have our biologists there. And maybe we could look at what isn't blue ribbon and kind of forge a list. I don't know if there needs to be any blue ribbon voting on that per se. Just having the idea of having that potential out there, I think is a good idea. And maybe the council could give a thumbs up, thumb down vote on whether they think a water should be potential or not.
Randy, I think if we just reached out to each of the biologists, my guess is that in each region there's one water that they would consider what would be the next water, just a water for each region that you would think that we could do something and make a blue ribbon. That would give us a potential list very quickly with one from each region.
What if we did that? So what we'll do is, if you're okay with this, Bert, maybe next meeting, I'll go over the list of waters that are blue ribbon, and then the interim get with the biologist. I don't know if it needs to be one water. You know, if
Well,
the regions
yeah,
think they have a couple, 3 waters, send them to me. I'll get them on the list. And then we could kind of look at this list of make sure what is Blue Ribbon right now looks good. And then what looks like a potential water, you know, we could kind of discuss those a little bit at the next meeting.
Hey, Randy.
Yeah, Calvin.
So back when Paul was in your position, he kept a list of potential water. So if anything got moved because of a fire or an illegal introduction, so like Huntington Creek was moved from Blue Ribbon status to potential, and then there was actually a third level too that they had and that he created. And I don't know if it was an official, you know, ranking or not, but Paul had something where they had worked out. I think Dustin Carlson worked on that also. So yeah, I don't think it was ever official, but there was a ranking of, so Blue Ribbon Waters would be eligible for, you know, funding, of course, through their Blue Ribbon Council, but these potential waters then could be considered. And then the third level, then they could also be considered for projects funding from Blue Ribbon also. Is the way they kind of worked it.
You're absolutely right, Calvin. And I've seen that list. I just know that list is also a bit of a mess. So I think that's kind of where I'm going with this next meeting, is maybe we could look at this list and see if we could clean it up a little bit and get it to be 2020.
Yeah, I'm reminded not only of Huntington Creek and Clear Creek, similar story, but even Strawberry River. We're looking at, you know, much longer time frame there, but these are waters that it'd be nice. In some cases, they bounce back beautifully. In other cases, it's going to be a while, like Strawberry, for example. I'd also like to point out, you know, I am chair of the Waters Committee, and I'm happy to have someone who is interested in working on that and replacing me in that position. I think there is a need. There's another need, and that is we have sort of agreed that we need to, on a regular basis, maybe at an upcoming meeting we can do this. We can go through the list of existing waters and make sure everybody's okay with what is on that list. And actually, this happened with respect to the Middle Provo. There was a request for reevaluation last year. So that's something else we can do. But once, Randy, if you can get some of the lists straightened out, maybe we can get another person involved in the Waters Committee and try to get them more involved in terms of reevaluating on a regular schedule, as well as creating this secondary list of potential waters.
I think that sounds great, Bert. Let's work on this the next meeting. We can make this an agenda item. And then for everybody else there, I think Bert's made this plug literally every meeting for the last year that we need somebody on Waters Council. So seriously consider it. I think it's time to get somebody in that position.
Any thoughts? Any comments? All right. So, and continuing my plug, I think my term ends next summer. So I'm a little concerned we're running out of my runway here. So I think we should start thinking about who's going to replace me. And Dustin was kind enough to see to it that I was put in the chair position before he actually got out of town, so that he could help me in terms of making sure I knew what I was doing, more or less, and leading the group. So we haven't had a steering committee in a while, and I think we need to do that now that we have this venue. Randy, George, and Rex as chair of the outreach committee. Maybe the three of us can get together. Sorry, the four of us can get together next month in advance of our regular meeting. So I don't really have anything to report from a chair's perspective other than the things we've already talked about. I am absolutely thrilled with the attendance of the outreach folks. I think there's a lot of motion there in positive direction. I think we've got a lot of good ideas, and those objectives, making that clear is going to be helpful. So I will turn it over to Rex for outreach committee report, such as it is. With that having been said, Rex?
I think what we did today, I was with you, Bert. It made a lot of progress, and I was kind of like, oh, I should have stirred this pot a little earlier, a little harder. So, Randy, if you'll allow me to come up when you meet with those other folks, I'll be glad to do that. Just give me enough time so I have the opportunity. So, Bert, I'll be glad to come up an hour early or an hour and a half early on our next meeting. I'll probably have to. Is that on the July 16th? Yes. Okay.
Yes, July 15th is a Thursday, third Thursday. We hadn't decided if we're going to meet in person or not. I don't know if Randy has any updates or thoughts there.
All I can tell you is at our staff meeting this week within the division, we were kind of told that with COVID cases going up currently, we were told that not to expect to be back in the office anytime soon. So I think it's probably pretty safe to say the July meeting will be an online meeting. So kind of getting to this kind of, subcommittee meeting that Bert was talking about, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and schedule that. It's just an online meeting, and I'll send the relevant people. So Bert, Rex, and George, invite for that for maybe an hour before the meeting. If that doesn't work, let me know. We could reschedule. But I think one of the beauties of these online meetings is you don't have to travel, so we can assemble these fairly quickly from your own couch if we want to.
I'll write it on my calendar right now, Randy, and if we change it, we change it, but I'll plan on an hour early on the 16th then with you.
Sounds good.
Yeah, and then whatever we meet with, you'll probably meet in person with those folks up there though, won't you? Or will that be an online one too?
It'll be online. I haven't been in the office for 3 months now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, just if you'll let me know. Generally afternoons, this meeting I just block out. It's blocked out for the rest of the year. But if you would let me know afternoons, I'm still doing some consulting with Far Ice Cream. And so generally that's a morning thing for me. So almost any afternoon I can make arrangements, whatever you need to match your schedule. I can.
That sounds good. Yeah, I'll try to set something up with them. I'll invite you. And luckily for you, I think they typically shift days a little bit later. I think they start later and then work later. So I think it makes afternoons good for them.
Okay. Yeah. I just think we came up with some great things today on outreach. So
one thing, Rex and Randy, I talked with some members of the Wildlife Board. They have a special meeting next month, a work meeting scheduled. I believe it's 2 days worth, and they are going to meet online. They are not going to get together, and that's the division's decision. So that's next month.
Thanks, Ken. I'm good with meeting online. In fact, it'll actually help me. Because I'll be up at Snowbird with my family, so I'll just go find the library room or someplace and go hide and get on the meeting.
Yeah, unfortunately, the case counts are going up, and Salt Lake County, they're going up faster than elsewhere in the state. So it's a little troubling. Who knows how it's going to play out. The good news is you can be outdoors, and there's a lot of fresh air and sunshine to be had this time of year. So, but I will say, I've never seen so many people out at trailheads and biking, and so it's a little bit crazy. And that's why I was asking Natalie about visiting Red Fleet, for example, on a weekday as opposed to weekend. So I guess the last thing I will say, I wanted to again welcome Mike Fisher and Russ Lawrence as well. It's too bad Brian Anderson couldn't join us this week. So, Mike and Russ, I believe you guys have formally put in your applications, Mike for the commercial rep and Russ for the Northern Region representative. I just wondered if you had any thoughts or any questions or any comments regarding what you've seen today and what you think we're doing right, and maybe what you think we're doing wrong. You're new to the group, and we'd love to hear your thoughts. So go ahead, Mike.
I don't think I really have any questions. I'll get my application into you guys, and appreciate the opportunity to be with you today.
Yeah, and I'll kind of chime in on the application process. All you really have to do is send me a resume, and I'll take care of it from there. So it's pretty straightforward.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
Randy, does any resume type of thing work, or do you want a special type of resume? What would you like there?
They literally take anything. I think, you know, I've seen from our current members some pretty simple ones that are literally 3 lines, you know, just what they did for a career and fishing experience. You know, it could be something, you know, you see one's been fishing for the last 30 years of my life or something like that. So they're usually pretty straightforward. It's not quite the same rigor as a standard job kind of resume.
Bert,
Sorry, Jackie.
I was just gonna say, I'm gonna throw this out there. We were pitching Mike Fisher as a Central Region rep because Ken's term ends next June. So now I need your help finding a Central Region rep.
Oh, your timing is marvelous. I actually was going to ask, do we need somebody else on the council? Because I have a gentleman that his name's Tom Marshall, that he lives in America, Highland, Jackie, been fishing for a long time. He has a degree in biology with a minor in micro, and pretty solid guy to work with. I could have him send in a resume, Randy, if that's okay with you.
Might be a
yeah,
little.
That's fine. The other name that comes to mind, Jackie, is Jordan Nielsen with TU's expressed interest.
Oh, okay.
And I think he lives in Spanish Fork, so.
Yeah.
Do we have a need for both of them, Randy?
We could see where they fit. I could look at the positions and see, because sometimes, you know, we could plug somebody in at large or something like that. But I think our at large people are both new. So I think maybe all we need is one Central Region person coming up.
Yeah. And that's not till next June. We still have Ken till next June, but it gives us time to vet some people anyway.
It does, and we can look at other possibilities. I need to look at the positions and when they open up. You know, for instance, a cold water rep might be perfect for Jordan if there's one opening up at the same time frame.
And we're not sure about Meg right now, and Tom definitely has an interest in bass and walleye and crappie and perch and that kind of stuff. So.
Perfect. Thanks, Rex.
You're welcome, Jackie. Is that a new color, by the way, young lady?
Yeah, we're doing a little experimenting at home.
That's pretty fun.
So speaking of openings, we also still have the Southeastern rep, and I wondered if Cal had any updates with respect to trying to beat the bushes down there and scare people into serving.
I reached out to one individual. He hasn't got back to me. Jordan Nielsen actually talked to us the other day about if he would fit as a rep down here, or be the Central Region or cold water rep up there. So I do like the idea of Tom Ogden coming back down for us, though. But but yeah, we're still trying to find someone who'll fit for us.
I'm just going to propose something real fast, Calvin. I think first off, the idea of Tom Ogden, we're not really sure, because it'd be kind of him coming back after serving his couple terms. I could check with Greg Hansen and see what he has to say about that. He's going to know the rules a little better. And then I also think maybe it brings Jordan Nielsen into play as well, where Jordan, yeah, he doesn't technically live in the South region, but he does a ton of work in that region. So he's going to be pretty familiar with the waters over that way. So he could be somebody he could fit even though he doesn't live there. So those are maybe 2 questions I could reach out and ask about.
Yeah, and he's you know, a project cooperator on our Huntington Creek project, and he's working on LaSalle Cutthroat with me. And so, yeah, all of his work is basically down here too. So yeah, he could be a good rep for us, but yeah, we'll keep looking.
Yeah, Randy, one thing to think about is, I know on the Regional Advisory Council, we have somebody on the Central Rack that lives in Ogden, but they work in Salt Lake, and they have been appointed to the Central Regional Advisory Council, even though they live in northern Utah. So there could be an opening that way.
Yeah, and I'm just not sure what the exact rules are, but it sounds like if we're going to allow it for the racks, there's a good chance that it allow it for Blue Ribbon. But I'll check with Greg, because I just want to make sure we're good with whatever we do.
All right. Well, I didn't realize, but yeah, with all the work Jordan Nielsen does in the southeastern region, that might be a solution. But at any rate, if anyone on the council knows of others, or any of the biologists knows of members of the public that are have a significant interest in our blue ribbon fisheries, please encourage them to send a resume to Randy, and we can always get a few people on deck and in the hole. So I would love to see more people on the list. I guess one last comment regarding social media, and if we lose Meg, that's going to be a problem. At one point we were talking about possibly, or maybe I'm mistaken, maybe I'm confusing Blue Ribbon with Utah Anglers Coalition, but I thought we were talking about trying to get Brett Prettyman involved. Was that us, or was that UAC?
That was us, and I think Brett was involved for a few months getting things going, and then I think he kind of got a little too busy.
Okay. Well, clearly younger members with Instagram accounts would be welcome. So, although of course those folks are trying to establish themselves career-wise and may not be able to take the time to serve on Blue Ribbon. All right, is there any other business for today? Randy, do you have any parting words?
I don't think it was a good meeting. Appreciate everybody being on today and appreciate everybody's input. I think it's good, and it seems like this online format's working pretty well for everybody. I know it's a different time right now, but I appreciate people kind of sticking through with it and everybody's input and involvement.
Yeah, and I do hope folks can get out, be safe, but get out and enjoy. And I guess we will meet again third Thursday of July, which, as we noted earlier, is July 16th. So, and
I wondering how Ken was doing.
Yeah, Ken, tell us how you doing.
Well, I'm still alive. I'm not allowed to go fishing. I'm not allowed to do much of anything. But I find out more on the 26th of this month as to what I can and can't do. My heart is currently now in AFib, which is much better than it was. What they do with that, they're working on medications right now. They may stop it and start it, but they already tried to start it once, and when it stopped, and it took a few times, and it made the doctor a little nervous. He says usually they crank right back up, but I guess as ornery as I am, I didn't want to. So, but we're doing all right. We're hoping to get out fishing real quick. So I'll find out, like I say, on the 26th, and my boat's ready to go. Everything's been done to it.
Randy, are we allowed as a council to spend a little money on another council member? Because I'm thinking a little glass bowl with some rocks in the bottom and a goldfish. Send it to Ken's house. What do you think?
The answer is I'm not sure. I'll check on it for you, Rex.
That's your normal answer, Randy. Sorry, Bert, I interrupted your close.
No, that's all right. I got dropped. I've been trying to get back on, but I'm now back, and I missed Ken's update, but I'll reach out to him and get a personal update. Thank you all. If there's nothing else, Rex, looks like you have one more thing to say. What is it?
Ken just said he was running on 6-volt instead of a 24-volt system.
Well, keep running, Ken. We need you to keep running, man. All right, everybody. Thank you all. Have a great month, and we'll see you next month. Take care.
Thanks.
Okay. Bye, y'all.